Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the Hauk Auditorium. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are ready to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to the Hoover Institution's 2023 Fall Retreat. My name is Eric Wakin. I'm the Deputy Director and the Director of the Library and Archives, and it's my very great pleasure to welcome you all to the retreat. We're excited to be together. Over the next 2 days, as you know from the wonderful agenda, you're going to be engaging with Hoover Fellows on policy and research issues that face our country and face the world, and we're so happy you can join us for that. A few housekeeping notes before I introduce our director. We strive in these retreats to cultivate a candid exchange of ideas between the audience and the speakers, and to ensure this dialogue takes place, we ask you please not to record anything that's said here. It's all to stay in the rooms. If I might make an analogy, since several people have handed me their water bottles, it's so hard to open up. That's how you want to think about your time in the room. The conversation stays in the room like the water should stay in the water bottles. One more minor housekeeping issue someone asked me to mention. If you could please take this moment while I'm speaking to silence your phones, that'd be really, really great. Finally, I also want to thank you for your presence. I mean, everything we do, as the director has said, is because of your support, financial and otherwise, but your presence here and in the world speaking about Hoover's is really welcome. Every session is going to conclude with question and answers, of course. If you could wait for the microphones as they come around, and really looking forward to it's the question and answer as well as the speaking that's a wonderful part of our retreats. Finally, as you know, all of our speakers have long and illustrious careers and accomplishments, so rather than have me take up the time by reading all the encomia about them from their biographies, I want to remind you that all of their excellent accomplishments are listed in the biographies that is found on our retreat website as well as on the Hoover website. So please, I refer to you there. So I'm not giving anyone short shrift and giving brief introductions, but I really want to make sure we have time for the meat of the conference, which is why my introductions will be quite brief. With that, I want to invite our director to formally welcome you. Let me invite to the stage Condoleezza Rice, the director of the Hoover Institution and the 66th Secretary of State. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to thank Eric for his excellent leadership of the Hoover Institution as Deputy Director, but also as the Director of the Library and Archives, which still remains one of the crown jewels of the Hoover Institution. Welcome to the Fall Retreat. Delighted to have you here. It even feels a little bit like fall this morning. I just want to note that I've got a few institutional updates that I'd like to make, but I wanted to just start by acknowledging that after these institutional updates, General Jim Mattis and I are going to spend a little time talking about some of the world disorder, whether in the very awful events in the Middle East, to Ukraine, to China and beyond. But I just, on that first note, I am a veteran of 5 crises in the Gaza during the time that I was National Security Advisor or Secretary of State, but this was something very different. We have to acknowledge that this was a violent and barbaric terrorist attack on innocent people. This was an attack that goes down, I think, in recent years as one of the greatest crimes against humanity that I've personally witnessed. In noting that a lot of us have, of course, friends or perhaps even relatives in Israel and the concerns about the hostages, including Americans, we will, at 6 o'clock today at the Hoover, in front of the Hoover Tower, do a little commemoration of what has happened and a little bit just in solidarity with the people who are suffering and with prayers for those who are still in captivity. So it'll be short. It's not meant to be something that's a bunch of speeches, but just an opportunity to acknowledge this moment, and we'll do it at 6 o'clock before we go into to reception and dinner. I have the great joy these days of watching the Hoover Institution attract some of the very best senior fellows, senior academics from around the country. It's very exciting when we get new blood into the Hoover Institution. They bring all kinds of ideas and all kinds of energy, and every time that I've stood before you, we've been recruiting someone new, but we have another crop of incoming senior fellows. We have Valerie Ramey, who is joining us from the University of California, San Diego. And as I was saying earlier, Valerie was actually a student of John Taylor and Mike Boskin. I don't know quite how they feel about that. It's sometimes a little disconcerting to have your students now show up as your colleagues. And I know when my students now come up to me and say, you know, you were my mother's advisor, that it feels a little strange, but we're delighted to welcome Valerie. Over the summer, we welcomed Ross Levine, a professor from Cal Berkeley, from their business school, financial economist. You may have, if you were here, heard him speak along with Amit Seru on banking regulation and the vulnerability of the banking system, and we're very excited to have Ross with us. Steve Davis, who you have heard and who has been here as a fellow over the last year, but he officially joins us as of this fall. Steve from the University of Chicago Booth School, and is doing a lot of very interesting work on the future of work, including questions about how employers and employees are viewing remote work, but in a very systemic and systematic way. There's a lot of anecdotal discussion out there about what's happening with remote work. This really goes to the heart of how is it going. We are delighted to have joining us Philip Zellico, who's actually sitting over there, I see him. Philip comes to us from the University of Virginia, and as I told Philip, he thought he was leaving the ACC to come to the Pac-12. He is leaving the ACC to come to the ACC, so welcome, Philip. Philip and I have a long history together. We were junior staffers for George H.W. Bush at the end of the Cold War from 1989 to 1991. We've written a couple books together, and Philip is an historian, but also has a law degree and spends a lot of time on issues of international law, of the international system as a whole, and look forward to having him join our team. I think on Monday is the technical date. We also have heard that Eugene Volokh will join us. He is the premier First Amendment scholar. He's also a Second Amendment scholar. Eugene joins us from UCLA Law School. He will come as of July 1. You may, or if you haven't had an opportunity, I'd suggest you look at his blog, which is called The Volokh Conspiracy. And he has been cited by many Supreme Court cases, including by Antonin Scalia. So we look forward to his work on the First Amendment and public law. And we have visiting with us, and hoping that she may decide that it's not a bad place to be permanently, Paola Sapienza, who is a professor at Northwestern, works on cultural economics with issues like immigration and the presence of immigrant children in the classroom and what that does to the dynamics of a classroom. So very excited that we have some new colleagues that we're welcoming with their many great ideas. I can tell you that we're launching a number of our signature initiatives this fall. The Stanford Emerging Technology Review, which you've all heard me talk about. It's an effort to bring together some folks on the other side of campus, engineers, computer scientists, bioengineers, to talk about the frontier technologies like AI and synthetic biology that are really shaping our world, and to make available then to policymakers an understanding of what those mean for our country, for democracy, for the economy, for national security. And Jennifer Whittam, the Dean of Engineering, and I co-chair that. And we will launch that on November 14th and again in Washington, D.C. in January. The Center for Revitalizing American Institutions, a project that is overseen by Brandis Keynes-Rohn, will be doing its public launch on November 30th, and that's really to, as you may remember my discussing it with you, The Hoover Institution has to do something about the declining faith and confidence of Americans in their institutions. We were bequeathed these amazing institutions, but we know, for instance, that 35% of Americans do not believe that their elections are free and fair. No democracy can survive that way, and we believe that we can shed some light rather than so much heat on what is happening to our institutions. We will have a K-12 Futures Group that will launch on October 31, and that is a group that will look at what has happened in reform in the educational system since the Nation at Risk report, which is 40 years ago. It's fair to say that we're still a nation at risk when it comes to education. And we're going to go back and look at what has been tried, what has succeeded, and then a group of eminent folks, not all from the educational space, will take a look. People like Mitch Daniels and Reed Hoffman are joining us to do that work. We really look forward to really taking a look at where we are and how can we move forward. And the sad thing about it is that the kids who are most affected by the incapacity, the lack of capacity of our educational system to educate our kids are the poorest kids. And we know that after the COVID learning loss, we have an even more difficult problem ahead. Finally, I just want to mention that we have launched just a couple of days ago our Stanford Fellowship Program, Hoover Student Fellowship Program. We started with 20 kids 3 years ago. Last year we had 40. This year we have 75. And that means that the most important thing on a college campus, which is word of mouth, is working for us, and that we're bringing these great Stanford kids. There's 75% undergraduates. And the wonderful thing about it is that they come from all kinds of disciplines. We tend to have a lot of techie kids who are studying computer science or bioengineering, as well as political science or economics or the like. And so we're excited about that. I want to say just one final point, and that is about the Stanford leadership transition that is underway that you've undoubtedly read about. We had really an excellent relationship and excellent support from Mark Tessier-Levine, who was the president of Stanford, and from Persis Drell, who was the provost. Support that was public when we had some faculty in the Faculty Senate who wished to question Hoover. They were right there and saying that Hoover is valuable to the university, that they value diversity of opinion and freedom of speech and academic freedom. And so we're very grateful for their service. The new team that is coming in, Richard Soller, who is a classicist. Richard was Dean of Humanities and Sciences at Stanford. He was also provost at Chicago some time ago. And so Richard is rock solid on these issues of academic freedom and freedom of thought. And we expect to I know that we will have a great relationship, as well as with the former dean of the law school, Jenny Martinez, who becomes now the provost. Jenny and I met and exchanged the secret provost handshake that we all know. And she's going to do extremely well. And she, too, we've worked with her. I've worked with her. So I think this will be a seamless leadership transition for Hoover with the new leadership at Stanford. So that's a little bit of the update on where we are here at the Hoover Institution. It's always an exciting time. One of the great things about academic institutions, universities, is that they kind of turn over every fall. And there's a great energy around that. And so we look forward to launching a new year. I want to thank all of you for being here for our retreat. I want to thank you for your attention and support to what we do at Hoover. And one of the things that we do at Hoover is that we try to shed some insight, some light on some of the day's most difficult and timely subjects. And we couldn't have a better person to join me in doing that. Actually, I'm crashing his session. He was supposed to be doing this, and I said, can I crash and do it with you? And he said yes. So Jim, if you join me, Jim Mattis is going to join me.
that's vodka, it's going to be a real good talk.
Well, at least it's open, I understand. Well, General, hi, Jim. He has this tendency to walk through the halls and he'll say, "Good morning, Secretary Rice." And I think that was a while ago. Could we just go with Jim and Condi? So that's what we'll do today. Obviously, let me just say, after we finish for a few minutes here, we will open up to Q&A, so please have your questions ready and wait for the microphone, which will come to you. So, Jim, obviously, I think what's on everybody's mind in the last few days is the horrific terrorist attacks that took place in Israel, the attacks that were carried out by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, groups that we know very, very well. And I just wanted to invite you to talk about that set of events and how you see the what we will see over the next several days. But also, there is a question on everybody's mind of how could it have happened. I'm a veteran of, as I said, 5 Gaza crises in the 8 years that I was in government. But to see Hamas actually by land, sea, and air invade the Israeli towns, that's a new phenomenon. And the brutality and the butchery that they engaged in is also of a different scale. So I'll just give you a few minutes to talk about how you see it.
Well, thank you, Dr. Rice. And
there you go again.
Getting me to call her by her first name, which I will not mention, is like trying to get the fawns to say I'm sorry, okay? It's not going to happen. I first briefed Dr. Rice in 2001, not too long ago in some ways, but it seems like a lifetime ago, because when I drafted my remarks for today, it was only about 10 days ago. I like to put it off because I want them to be current. I think we could all have been forgiven for some optimism about the Middle East. The Abraham Accords had been accepted in Washington, but more importantly across the region. They were the result of the strategic vision and the political courage of the initiator, the Crown Prince of United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed. A lot of people have lined up since to say they were the ones who did it, but he was actually, it was his vision. Over 100,000 Israelis had taken holiday in Dubai for Hanukkah a year ago. Things were looking pretty good. And guess what? The Saudis are now in open discussion with the Israelis, what could only mean a rapprochement and coming out at some point. And then we saw the surprise that occurred. And it was a surprise. It was a strategic surprise. How did it happen? Israel had made certain assumptions about what the threat was. Hamas had gone into a training mode supported by Iran for over a decade, like with the PIJ. They left to the PIJ the smaller attacks on Israel that Israel was able to deal with, the Iron Dome and the security measures they had in place pretty much. And meanwhile, they were going through a very well-kept, secretive decision at the top, but training down below at the tactical level that allowed them to bring troops to the top of their game, the terrorists to the top of their game, but not aware of when it would go. The attack as a result, and we don't frankly focus that much on Hamas, knowing that the Israeli Secret Services do, and that Hamas has never been a threat to us. So why were we surprised? That's part of the reason we prioritize our threats. You have to. And the Israelis were caught on the back foot, is the bottom line. They had a fence line guarded against individual infiltrators, small groups. They were not ready for the multi-pronged attack. It was well concealed in the preparation, and it was well executed in terms of its murderous savagery and where they were going. So in a matter of 10 days, we've seen the Mideast flipped on its side, which has happened before. And we're going to have to deal with it. I would just point out, too, that Israel is already restoring the border in terms of their hunting down and killing the miscreants who are trying to murder people in their country. And they have massed their troops along the border, and they're in the assembly areas right now. The American administration, I think, has done the right thing by putting the Carrier Task Force in the Eastern Mediterranean And very shortly, it'll be joined by a second carrier task force, and it looks like the Marines have been put back on the Navy ships in the Persian Gulf, and I would anticipate, I don't know this, that they'll be brought around through the Red Sea. And the purpose of this is to tell Lebanese Hezbollah, they're confronting northern Israel, don't get brave. Don't think this is a time for you to do it. I think this is probably the most effective way for the United States to send the message at this point. But there's a reminder here that Lebanese Hezbollah, for a long time, was a surrogate, a proxy of the Iranians. They did what they were told. Iran kept funding them and giving them weaponry. And then they kind of outgrew Iran, and they're more of a partner now, making up their own mind about some things. And I think then you look at Iran's support for PIJ and for Hamas, and some of this is Sunni. It shows that the Iranians have jumped the Shia-Sunni air gap. What you may have is, it may not have been Iran that said, go now. That said, Hamas could not have done this without Iranian support, lock, stock, and barrel, and thematic support for the attack. And you've seen the Ayatollah congratulating the murderers for what they've done. I think, too, that we have a U.S. Congress right now that probably gives some degree of reassurance, whether it be to Beijing or Moscow or to Hamas in Gaza, that our country's in disarray. The polarization is now struck into the Congress, where we have one senator blocking military promotions and also civilian oversight of our military. For example, the commander of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, that's the fleet that's going to be coordinating the operations right now, is not confirmed, simply because one senator won't let it come to the floor, along with another about 425 flag officers across the U.S. military. So right now, the United States is facing a little bit of what put, I think, Israel in a distracted position, and that was the extremely controversial judicial rearrangement that Netanyahu's government was putting together. And the result right now is Netanyahu has had to go to a unitary government, a compromise, a coalition government, basically, with Benny Gantz bringing the opposition in. So Israel is moving quickly on the political front to do, in the short term, militarily and politically, what they have to do to confront this. But make no mistake, it is worse than anything in my discussions with Israelis. It is worse than what you're seeing on BBC or CNN. It is much worse. And so that's the situation as it stands, I think, right now. I think, too, that what we're going to see at some point is there's going to be an accounting for this. Israel's going to investigate what happened. And I just remind you that Golda Meir and Moshe Dayan, their Minister of Defense, after the last big surprise Israel had, both lost their power, but they were put out of office. So this is not going to be over in a week or two. And fighting inside Gaza, remember 40% of the 2 million people there are below the age of 15. And Israel's going to have to find some way to deal with that reality, even as they do what militarily they must do in order to restore security. And that is not easy, especially when you think of the heartbreak of the families who have hostages there. And by the way, I know many people in this audience have friends, family, in some cases companies that have got people working there, and this isn't an easy time for anyone, but Israel has got to do what it's got to do, and it's going to be pretty awful. Having done a fair amount of house-to-house fighting and led troops and that kind of thing, this is the worst form of warfare where technology is the least help. It comes down to your boys against theirs, kicking in doors and throwing grenades in close combat. It is a very, very ugly kind of fight that Israel now must undertake.
Well, thanks for that, and I would just a really elegant analysis. I would just add a couple things. One is back on Iran for a moment. You know, I'm reading that the administration is saying, well, we don't have significant or solid evidence. Iran didn't have to say go now. Iran has trained them. Iran has funded them. Iran has encouraged them, and now Iran has celebrated them. And so I would just let the crumbs go where they are. I would say one other thing, and you probably remember this, Jim, that Hamas was always the kind of lead organization, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad was kind of a clownish operation some years ago. Even Hamas laughed at them a little bit. They try to blow something up, they blow up themselves. And then the Quds Force decided to train them. And they became a kind of tip of the spear then to do things that were even hard for Hamas to do, because it's hard to even say this today, but there was a moment when Hamas wanted to claim some political legitimacy in the region. Obviously, they've completely lost any sense of that, but PIDG was always a super terrorist organization once the Iranians trained them. So I think it's important to note that. And I will say, I think it complicates the administration's Iran strategy, which was to simultaneously pursue the rapprochement or the normalization of relations between Saudi and Israel, and to try to approach Iran on a better relationship. And I think now it's going to be very hard to do either of those. And so the broader Middle East strategy seems to be now hostage to at least the next several weeks or months while this takes place.
Absolutely, and I think if you think back, it's probably about 15, 18 years ago, the King of Saudi Arabia put forward a peace plan. And it is Hamas that upset that overthrew it, that denied it, created two Palestinian entities, basically by breaking from the West Bank and Abu Masab. So I would just point out that I don't think there's any love lost at all between the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia, who remembers what happened to the King of Saudi Arabia's peace plan thanks to Hamas. And so it's too early to say everything's thrown off, too. It's too early to say that because there can be some very strange alignments here, but there's no way that the Saudi and the Iranian rapprochement can continue at this point. That one, I think, is dead in the water.
That's right, and there will be some theater, I think, among these Middle Eastern leaders, because the way that they try to control their, quote, street is that they make statements about this and so forth. They're worried about uprisings and their own religious people and the like, but I agree with you, the underlying interests here haven't changed, and the Egyptians consider Hamas to be an extension of the Muslim Brotherhood, which threatens the Egyptian leadership. So the politics of the Middle East is really very complicated, but for the time being, particularly because what the Israelis will have to do in Gaza, you will have some ugly pictures about Palestinian civilians. I don't think you're not going to see very much on the diplomatic front for a little while.
Right, and this comes at a difficult time for our State Department because among the ambassadors who are missing in action right now, because we haven't had them confirmed by the Congress, is our ambassador to Cairo. And Egypt plays a key role in how we're going to extricate innocent people out of this fighting, how we're going to somehow bridge a way back into some degree of Arab-Israeli collaboration that can be talked about publicly, not privately. A lot of things will go on there, but you can't go public until you've addressed the Palestinian issue, and Egypt is key to that. And I say that because after the Abraham Accords, there was supposed to be some movement on the Palestinian issue, and Israel was roiled at home and was not taking those steps. And at the same time, it's a reminder, I think, to the Americans that part of having an effective foreign policy is a degree of harmony on certain issues at home. And if you look at where we're at right now in Washington, I think what has happened to Israel distracted, roiled Israel there with all the hundreds of thousands of people in the street and the disagreements there. There's a lesson there for us about the dangers of continuing this partisanship in our own country that's paralyzing us.
Absolutely. Moving on to other disorders in the world, there is a question, of course, on everybody's mind as to whether we can multitask as the United States of America. Obviously, as we are rightly putting our weight behind Israel, both in terms of supply and ammunition to the Israelis, but also in terms, I'm sure, of intelligence and the work that we're doing to put the carrier battle groups out there. The question is on everybody's mind, is Vladimir Putin considering this a terrific respite because nobody will pay attention to Ukraine? What do you think about that? Do you think that we can multitask here? How do we multitask? There are some thoughts that we might even, or some in the Congress, at least in the Senate, who want to link Ukrainian and Israeli aid. That may be very difficult to do, but how about this question of distraction of the United States as we look at two very separate fronts?
You know, we're fortunate because we do have ambassadors and parts of the State Department that focus on each area in the world. While they're keenly aware of what's going on in Israel right now, those who are responsible for Europe and Ukraine are still focused there, just like our military is broken up into areas, and while the officers in the Indo-Pacific theater are aware of what's going on there, they go to work every day to deal with the China situation. So I know we can do it, but the problem is in Washington, D.C., do we want to do it? For example, Dr. Rice just mentioned that there's actually some strange bedfellows. Could be both Republican senators in the Senate and the White House want to link aid to Ukraine, aid to Israel, and aid to Taiwan, and border security for America into one bill. The idea being it would draw enough people together based on certain areas that different congressmen and senators are concerned with. So it will take some pretty adroit, I think, political maneuvering right now in the politics side. In fact, the institutions that you were talking about earlier, they're quite capable of doing this. But it's hard for the State Department to do its job when its ambassadors aren't being confirmed. It's hard for the military to have senior officers who are doing two jobs because no one's been confirmed for one of the two, and so they've got to do two. And pretty soon, you have a coach of a senator who is doing things that he would never permit in a football team that he had. And hopefully we take national security at least as seriously as we take football. That is open to question right now in the minds of our adversaries, and that's not a good place to have the question. So I know we can do it. There's some political maneuvering that will be hard, but we'd better do it if we want to make certain that we try to keep the peace, or what passes for it right now, for one more year, one more month, one more week, one more day. Because if not, this can get a lot worse real fast. Look at the connection between Russia and Iran and what role that's playing right now. Look at Russia and China. Look at Russia and North Korea. And look at Hamas and look at Iran. And pretty soon you start seeing this. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. It can be opportunism by any one of them that says, now's the time. The Americans are tied down here. You'll notice the administration also has an aircraft carrier right now visiting Republic of Korea. That shows we can do this, but it also shows how dangerous it is that the administration recognizes there could be other dangers lurking out there, and they've got the very unenviable task of trying to make this work when the U.S. Congress doesn't even have a Speaker of the House, number 3 in rank of power in the United States.
I want to ask you about Ukraine specifically and kind of what you see there and how that's unfolding. But I will just add, it's almost just a metaphysical comment, not an analytic one. There is something that happens to the international system when the United States is not solid. And you start to get this sense of disorder. Someone wrote once that the United States was the systems operator for the international system. And when it's not present at the switch, you start to get a lot of breakout of trouble here and there. And I agree with you. Part of the message that has to be sent is that we're not just militarily sound, because despite the fact, and by the way, Tommy Tuberville should, somebody should say, adults don't do what you're doing. And holding up military appointments because he has a bee in his bonnet about something. But Yeah, on the military side, we're still capable, we're still competent, but the question of whether or not the United States itself is solid enough internally to make these hard decisions. And we're going into a presidential campaign in which we always tend to seem a little bit disorganized and chaotic. And so just a time, somebody wrote in the Wall Street Journal the other day, a time for Washington to grow up. And
Radical thought,
it's a
Dr.
radical
Rich.
thought, but it is certainly needed. So talk a little bit about Ukraine. So counteroffensive gets finally launched, and we're now coming up on winter pretty quickly, because that part of the world, by November, December, it's very hard to move in that part of the world. And so how do you see what's happening with Ukraine and what we're really looking at on the ground, and then perhaps we can talk about politically what that means?
Yeah, I mean, the one person who can stop the war in Ukraine is Putin, the one who started it, and he has no intention of doing it. As I've mentioned before, he's a creature straight out of Dostoevsky. He sees Russia surrounded by nightmares. By his own strategic miscalculation, he's strengthened NATO, 2 more democracies that could use neutrality to keep their sovereignty during the Cold War, have now opted to join NATO, showing just what a bleeding ulcer his Ukraine campaign has turned into for Russia. But at the same time, it's easier to defend than to attack. And the Ukrainians, after about day 10 of the war, have had the initiative. They have held the initiative. To this day, it's Russia trying to hang on to that area in the Donetsk Basin. And having led troops through minefields and barbed wire and obstacle belts, we call them, this is very, very hard work. And anyone who thought this was going to go quickly when they don't have the specialized equipment, they didn't have the time to train, they have willing volunteers. But let me tell you, walking into minefields is hard. So what you have right now, I think, Dr. Wright, 2 countries, neither of which wants to negotiate because they don't. The only thing to negotiate is land, and neither side wants to give up the land. So this is going to drag on. There will be breakthroughs at times by either side, small ones, but it's very hard to gain much traction going through this kind of limited area. So the only hope that the Russians can have is, one, they hold on and the West gets what Mrs. Thatcher would call wobbly and decides to start moderating the support to Ukraine. That is not asking for our troops to fight there. They just want the means to defend themselves. And if we don't see the fight in Ukraine as linked thematically to the fight in Israel, to preventing the fight in Taiwan, then we're missing something that's growing increasingly obvious. So we need to somehow keep in the fight, and in the midterm, of course, what Putin will want is that Trump returns to office. Wherever you stand on Trump as far as domestically, Putin has a very good idea of what a return of Trump to office would mean for his campaign. And so if he can hang on until then, perhaps he can then do for China what China wants him to do, and that is break the transatlantic link. That is the only real value politically that that Putin brings to President Xi in China. So as you put all this together, some of the efforts underway right now, Philip Zelikow, I'll call you out, front page of the Washington Post is talking today about taking the money that has been frozen by the EU, by the United States, of Russia's, and give that to Ukraine so that we can keep the arms flow going. If we don't do that, all the courage in the world by the men and women of Ukraine will not keep Russia at bay. Eventually, right now, production is deterrence, and we've not shifted to a war footing. And something like this, pumping this money in, that Philip's been key to bringing this issue forward. This is one of the ways to further suffocate any hope that Putin has that they're going to be successful, and that is critical on the Ukraine front.
You were Secretary of Defense. If you were Secretary of Defense today, you're looking out at a world in which is quite disorderly, where we're actually worrying about who might try to take advantage of the moment. Would Xi Jinping say, now it's time? My own view is he's kind of in no position to do that right now. He said 2027 for a reason. He seems to be purging some of the military leadership. I remember Hu Jintao telling us that corruption was very deep in the PLA. The president of China told us that there was corruption in the PLA. I think that there probably is, and so Xi Jinping has to worry about what his army might do. And you and Jim Ellis and others have made the point that an invasion, an amphibious invasion of Taiwan would look kind of like D-Day plus because the straits are so big. But if you're in Washington and you're advising the president, you have to worry about these multiple fronts. And we're having a strange debate about whether or not we should, what is our defense capacity going to look like? What's our defense budget going to look like? What's happening to our defense industrial capacity? What's happening to our ability to recruit into the volunteer army? It seems to me that we are a bit asleep at the switch here. I don't like historical analogies, and again, Philip hates the ones that I sometimes use, but it feels a little bit 1930s-like, when the United States felt that it could sit things out. And whenever I hear, well, let's just mind our own business, I cite 3 dates. 1917, when we were going to sit out World War I and couldn't. 1941, when we were going to sit out World War II and couldn't. And 2001, when they came for us. And so does it feel to you that we don't have quite the intensity and energy behind our defense capacity and capability that we need in facing what seems to be an increasingly disorderly world? And if you were Secretary of Defense, what case would you make?
The short answer is yes. It feels exactly like we're asleep at the switch. And if you look at this more broadly, the greatest generation came home, said it's a crummy world. We all remember George Shultz on this very stage saying, but like it or not, we're part of it. And we set up United Nations and NATO. We put together Bretton Woods 1 and 2 that brought the IMF and the World Bank, but we haven't been tending to many of these. The U.S. has kind of backed out of this. And the result is that that international system is under attack right now by the same kind of people the greatest generation had learned are best dissuaded. Don't wait until they're strong enough to take action. I think that if I was Secretary of Defense right now, I'd be up on Capitol Hill, because right now, for the first time in over 60 years, it's possible we will not get the defense bill on time. That doesn't generally happen. We have been under CRs, continuing resolutions, for most of the last decade plus. That does not allow you to adjust your budget. It's as if you were forced in your household to do exactly the same thing you did last year, even if you'd lost your job, even if you'd moved to a new town, whatever. I mean, it's complete baloney. You couldn't run any company in the world like that. So it starts with getting our economic house in order, and I think in World War II we had war bonds. I think it's time to start selling peace bonds, where we would actually have people invest in the government with the idea of buying bonds that could be redeemed at some increased value as we start raising more money. If the Ukraine falls, the shield of Europe right now is Ukraine. If they fall, you watch our budget go up. You watch us probably have to return to conscription at some point, because we are not going to be able to maintain the small size of the U.S. military today if Europe is now in danger. So it's in our best interest in terms of a return on invested capital that we invest in Ukraine more heavily, that we move to multi-year funding by the Congress so that we can start production at levels that will meet our own needs as well as the needs of Taiwan and Ukraine and Israel, because we're in this together. Like George Shultz said, like it or not, it's a crummy world, but we're part of it. So we're going to have to come to that reality, and the faster the democracies went into an arms freeze. We didn't want an arms race in the 1930s, and look what that earned us. So the people who think if we don't aren't in an arms race, somehow that'll bring peace. My read of history does not jive with that. So I think we have to shift our footing. We have to shift our procurement. The Congress has got to be on board. And we need to have the kind of speeches that tell young men and women in this country, Uncle Sam needs you. I have not heard President Obama, President Trump, or President Biden ever say those words. We leave it to some Army sergeant out in Peoria to go into a high school and try to convince a counselor to let him talk to their students, because right now that counselor is being evaluated on what percent go to college. And if we don't have some sense that the all-volunteer force needs all of us, it's our military. I wasn't in the Marine Corps for 40 years. I was in the U.S. Marine Corps. And if we don't have everybody pitching in on this, from the manpower, the Army is tens of thousands short right now. Can you imagine going into a war where you've already taken tens of thousands of casualties before the first shot is fired? That is where the U.S. Army is right now. It should be 500,000 men, and right now it is somewhere around 450,000, and it just missed its mission again this year, even with extraordinary efforts. So we're going to have to recognize what's going on, and we no longer have the greatest generation to warn us that we've been there and we got the T-shirt. We're going to have to do this on our own now.
We're going to open up to questions. I'm going to ask you just one other question, and by the way, I completely agree with you. I set up the sleep at the switch for a reason, which is that it's a bit discouraging, all of the theater in Washington, and very little concentration on an issue like this. And one can hope that when you're looking at what's going on in the Middle East, when you look at what is going on in Ukraine, when you look at China, that somebody would put one and one and one together and actually finally get 300, not just 3, because this is a very dangerous time, and it doesn't feel as if that sense of the dangerous time, and it's a little bit American history to wait until we're dragged into something, which is why I use those dates. But this time around, we are, as you call it, the shield through the Ukrainians. We are the shield through helping the Israelis. We are the shield through helping Taiwan. And I don't hear people thinking about it quite that way. So final question is a little bit on China and Taiwan. And you started to draw the connections. Obviously, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin have declared the relationship without limits. How do you see, if you're Xi Jinping sitting in Beijing these days and there's disorder all around, it might actually not look so great that you're tied to this relationship without limits, unless you can wait it out with the Americans leaving the field.
Dr. Rice and I were at a conference here that she hosted with the Quad countries and the military and some of the diplomats from those. And we heard there from former Prime Minister Rudd, the ambassador from Australia to Washington right now, their former ambassador.
Quad, Japan, India, United States, and Australia.
Excuse me, yes. And Ambassador Rudd mentioned that President Xi is skating like an ice skater on, what is it, a quarter-inch wide blade on some very thin ice. He said he has a partnership without limits with Putin, but if he does too much for Putin and starts giving him military aid, Ursula von der Leyen, Jens Stoltenberg will ensure NATO and the EU is aligned with the United States with all the sanctions. And right now, the Chinese economy probably could not weather those sanctions. On the other hand, what he wants to do is not let Putin fail. So he bought himself a relationship with Putin at the worst time. A couple weeks later, Putin goes into Ukraine, and probably did so with the assurance that, well, the Americans and NATO didn't do much to me when I went into Georgia and seized 2 provinces in 2008. And the same thing happened when I seized Crimea in 2014. I don't care that Director of CIA Bill Burns just came to Moscow in October and said, we know what you're planning, don't do it. I don't think they're going to do anything. Now President Xi looks at this mess and says, whoa, you know, now we've got Japan, South Korea, and Australia with offices opening communications with NATO. More and more of the world is becoming aware that the autocrats are not in a position to be trusted. And you see that because it wasn't our brilliant diplomacy, frankly, that has now got Korea, South Korea, and Japan to bury the hatchet, or has brought the Quad together, India, Japan, Australia, and the United States. It wasn't that Vietnam loves the United States that much when they live next door to China. It's the fear of China that had our president in Hanoi. So as you watch all these things going on, I think with President Xi's economy in trouble and his demographic cliff, he's already fallen off it, and it's just going to keep falling here for the next couple decades. In an uncertain world, demographics are very certain. There's not a thing he can do about the demographics. So I think right now he's in a more difficult position, and if Ukraine can hold, that means that he will reconsider how and when he goes after Taiwan. I don't think it will change that he wants to go after Taiwan. And if we do that, we buy peace a little longer, and the internal contradictions in China perhaps weakens them in a decade from now. Maybe we can get through this precarious situation.
Great, thanks. So now to questions. Right here. Yeah.
Good morning, General. So this morning there have been reports that the Israelis have attacked Damascus and Aleppo airports and taken them out. And I assume these are reliable reports, and apparently the Iranian foreign minister was going to land in Damascus and wasn't able to, and also these airports were used by Iran to supply Hamas with weapons. So my question for you is, how much of an escalation do you see this, if this in fact is real? I've read it on multiple websites. And do you think, we're going to see Hezbollah and Syria try to escalate, or they'll kind of let this one pass?
Yeah, I think that is part of the answer to that last point. What Israel is doing and has done over years now is they attack into Syria to hit what the Quds force, their resupply, their warehouses, their convoys bringing gear in. So I think this is a continuation. It is probably timed right now to interdict the supplies going to Lebanese Hezbollah, but I've seen estimates of Lebanese Hezbollah weapons, without going into classified stuff, of up around 100,000 unguided rockets. The difference is today, some of those rockets can now have a little GPS head put on it, and it means a very different security challenge up in northern Israel is the bottom line. So it doesn't remove the problem. It probably sends, again, a message like the U.S. is sending with the Carrier Task Force, that there's going to be a stiff price if they do something. But I think it's all part of the same thing. Israel's also reinforced its northern border, even as they put most of the called-up troops down against Gaza, of course. They've also reinforced the northern border. I think this is part and parcel of that.
And just to add that Hezbollah is actually a much stronger military force than anything Hamas would see. I remember George Tenet saying at one point that Al-Qaeda was the B team and Hezbollah was the A team. And so the Israelis have, for some time, going all the way back to the 2006 Lebanon War, when I was secretary, Hezbollah crossed the blue line, as it's called, and kidnapped Israeli soldiers. That began the Israeli war. But ever since that war settled into a kind of uneasy peace, the Israelis have periodically gone after those sites in Syria through which Hezbollah is supplied. So I'm not surprised that there would be attacks of that kind. Yeah. Over here, yes.
Thank you both for your remarks. My question has to do with China deterrence policy. Given the very aggressive gray zone operations, the growth of their maritime militia, the growth of their Coast Guard, and you look at the future projections for the growth of those fleets and their activity, impinging on fishing rights and so forth, is there an opportunity for us to support the local countries that are being impinged upon that in a more aggressive way as part of our deterrence strategy?
Probably not right now. Once the outposts were built in the South China Sea, I mean, they're a reality, and short of blockading them or attacking them, they're going to stay there. So I think what the administration is doing now with Vietnam, with Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Taiwan, all the countries that also lay claim to part of the South China Sea is the right thing to do. Now, China has shown a very bullying response to that, ignoring the International Tribunal that said they had no right to the 9-dash line. This is the line that brings the Chinese possessions right up to the coasts of Malaysia and Philippines. But with the administration going in and signing security agreements with Vietnam, with Duterte, a rather colorful fellow, as President Obama described him, out, and President Marcos in, the Philippines has returned to its usual traditional relationship to the Americans, one of trust and collaboration. You see a lot of effort going right now by our State Department and Defense Department in Malaysia and Indonesia. I think the right thing to do is to align the allies, because on any of these issues, whether it be Israel or Ukraine or China, the three words that come to mind are allies, allies, and allies. And I think that's the right way to go now that we have to confront the reality that those outposts are there. Does that answer the question, or?
Yeah.
The question was less U.S. intervention and more supporting our allies and being more proactive.
Well, but being proactive will not probably result in a more militaristic. I think economically there's a lot we could do. We do not have the kind of commercial treaties with, whether it be Vietnam or Philippines, things that would strengthen the ties in an enduring way. Those things have not been done. But as far as diplomacy and military to military, those are definitely underway to do what you're talking about.
Right, and I also think this is a place where our defense of freedom of navigation in the entire area where the Chinese have declared Chinese territorial waters, which they're not. I think we continue to do that. I will say that there's been an effort over the years to get the Chinese to engage with us in what are called deconfliction measures, so that our forces don't run into one another. And the Chinese have shown no interest in doing that. We have actually exquisite deconfliction measures with the Russians, coming back from the time of the Soviet Union when we didn't want to get into an accidental nuclear war. And so you might remember when the Russian military shot down that American drone, there was immediate contact between the United States and Russia. We have nothing like that with China. And I'm a veteran of the Henan crisis of April 2001, when they knocked down an American reconnaissance plane. They kept our crew for 7 days. For the first 3 days, they would not take our phone call. And I finally found my counterpart in Argentina. He was accompanying, of all things, Xi Jinping, who was a member of the Politburo at the time. He was accompanying Xi Jinping in Argentina, and I said to the Argentines, I've got to talk to him. He said, they're at a barbecue. I said, go find them at the barbecue, right? That was our first contact, and I said, you'd better take our phone calls. And so it can get pretty dangerous out there just from the point of view of an accident. Let's see, let's go right here, yes.
General Mattis, I don't think there's anyone who is more experienced and knows more about how difficult it is to predict what's in Donald Trump's mind or what he's going to do. Earlier, you said that Putin does know what's in his mind, and that's why he wants Trump to be our next president. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what Putin knows that maybe we don't know?
It's probably less what Putin knows than what he believes. He believes that President Trump means it when he says he doesn't think Article 5 should anchor us to the defense of NATO, even though the first time NATO went to war was when America was attacked on 9/11. He believes that Trump takes his view of whether or not they intervened in our elections, mucked around in them, when every one of us with the intelligence that we had knew it was them, and even to the point that when we shut them down in 2018, they were unable to intervene. So we proved it by the absence of the very things they had done 2 years before, simply because we shut down the IRA, the Internet Research Agency in St. Petersburg. He probably believes that Trump is going to say, I can make peace in one day, because that's what he said, if he's elected. Those are very dangerous words, and I don't want to get into partisanship. I'm just taking this purely as a strategic challenge, and why right now I think Putin is pinning a lot of his hopes on a re-election of Donald Trump.
I would just say, even if it's not Donald Trump, he's undoubtedly reading all those statements that are coming out of the U.S. Congress, that are coming out of certain presidential candidates about minding our own business, and et cetera, et cetera. And Vladimir Putin is a clever guy, but he's not actually a strategic genius. I spent a lot of time with him. And he tends to believe sometimes things that are conspiracy theories and the like. And so when, I can imagine, and not to mention, nobody ever tells him the truth, right? And nobody ever gives him full information. So I can imagine the clips that are appearing on his desk from debates in the United States. When people say, well, it's a territorial dispute, or they say, we really are not going to be involved there, or we ought to be concerned more about the border. So I don't think it has even just to do with one candidate. I think he's probably reading, and to my mind, over-reading, a mood in the United States on both extremes to say, we really are not there, won't be there for Ukraine, won't be there for NATO. I think he's probably betting on it. I, by the way, don't know if I don't actually think he's right. I think there's always been a lot of underestimation of America's willingness to step up when it's necessary. And if I were able to advise him, which I'm not, I would say, the Americans will always surprise you, so don't count on it. But I have no doubt that that's what he's hoping. Yeah. Let's take a couple more. Right here in the middle? Yes, you. Yes, great. You'll get a mic just quickly.
General Madison, Secretary Rice, thank you. If we perhaps have taken our eye off the ball and ignoring the usual suspects that you've talked about, is there another region or another group that we should be looking for perhaps a third shoe to drop that we need to be thinking about now to deter?
Right. I don't worry as much about a third region as I do worry about what's going on in the Horn of Africa and in East Africa and in the Sahel. We don't talk much about those places, but the reason that we have the kind of defense cooperation that we've had with Kenya and with Djibouti and with others is that the terrorists were operating up there pretty effectively. And if you start to get, if the terrorists start to be emboldened again by what we've just seen, and you're not just now dealing with what we thought we were dealing with, which is the reemergence of great power conflict, but you get the worst of both worlds. You get the reemergence of great power conflict, and you get the reemergence of what we saw in 2001. And by the way, that people sometimes question why the Bush administration said the global war on terror. I can tell you it was breaking out everywhere. There was a bombing in Bali, for instance, led by terrorists associated with Al-Qaeda. There were bombings in Africa that were associated with Al-Qaeda and their kin. You could imagine, thanks to our lack of intelligence, on-the-ground intelligence in Afghanistan now, what the Taliban may be considering again. And so my fear is that not only are we asleep at the switch about great power conflict, but as often happens, we've flipped the switch now and said, okay, we're done with the terrorism problem. Now it's a great power problem. And in fact, I think we could be looking at both. And so watch this space for that area in East Africa, in the Sahel, in Somalia, which is basically ungoverned territory. and where the terrorists are quite active. And the Wagner Group was pretty active there too. I don't know what their fate has been recently. Yes.
Thanks. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve has been drawn down for political reasons. What is the optimal energy policy when viewed through the lens of national security, and how far off of that are we?
Well, my optimal energy security policy is not to be dependent on Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iran, and Venezuela for hydrocarbons. That's my optimal policy. And it means that we all want to transition to a less carbon-intensive world, but you have to recognize that there will be hydrocarbons in the mix for a long, long time, and we were gifted the most extraordinary set of resources on the North American platform from Canada all the way down through Mexico, and we have squandered it in the last few years. We've squandered it in not making available the permitting for pipeline development. We completely ticked off the Canadians and the Mexicans who had, even in Mexico's case, changed their constitution to be able to have foreign investment in hydrocarbon production. We're dependent on and counting on the Keystone Pipeline, and we shut it off just like that. We have through our policies that basically have said oil and gas are a bad thing, we've discouraged investment in the oil and gas sector. And I was an oil company director in the 20s. I was a Chevron director. Oil and gas investments are long-tail investments. You can't tell the companies, in 7 years you'll be out of business because we will have gone completely green, and then come back to them and say, oh, by the way, make those investments that take 30 years to pay off. It doesn't work that way. And the last time I looked, we haven't figured out how to fly an airplane on wind. And so, again, I'm not a climate denier. I believe very much that climate change is happening. I believe we have to respond to it in all kinds of ways. But the idea that a few months ago we were begging Venezuela to increase its production, really? So my energy policy is, I think, both economically reasonable and reasonable in terms of energy security. The Europeans, I think, finally got the memo on this. Ever since Ronald Reagan, we have been saying to the Germans, don't become dependent on Russian natural gas. And under Angela Merkel, for whom I have enormous respect on almost everything else, they shut down nuclear. And the French get 80% of their generating power from nuclear. So our energy policy may be about right now the least effective and least explicable response to the energy security questions that have arisen out of the Ukraine war that I could imagine. And one thing that I hope we get right, whoever is in the White House the next time around, is we need to fully exploit the North American platform. Yeah. Great. Right. Yes. Just a couple more. Yes, Jim.
While we talk about the complexities and the fires brushing up around the world, is anyone looking at the next round of how we frame an international architecture for the world? We've been so effective post-World War II, not perfect, but effective in bringing people out of poverty and granting freedom. So what's the next stage of the world order going to look like if you have creativity thinking 10 years from now?
It's a great question because the greatest generation came home and had an idea of how do you prevent despair from putting people like Hitler or Mussolini in power. And they came up with the World Bank and the IMF to be lenders of last resort. If a country was not creating wealth, they could go there, they didn't have to elect a Mussolini to restore some populist message of hope. They put together NATO, as the Australian ambassador to Washington told me once. It was the single most self-sacrificial pledge in world history. The Americans, who could have turned their back on Europe, said that's twice in 30 years you dragged us into war. They instead pledged 100 million dead Americans in a nuclear war to protect democracy in Western Europe. It's interesting, it took a foreigner to teach me that. Never was taught that in American schools. That example has not been brought forward. I think a couple reasons. One, I don't think we teach diplomatic and military history on our universities in a way that it is more that our graduates are more conversant with the need for strategy. I find it was much more in the writings of the time about how do you prevent another world war in 1948. Normal people were talking about this. They learned a hard lesson. I think we've gotten, dare I say, complacent, even smug, that somehow we're entitled to this peaceful world. And now, as these things crop up, we realize if we don't do what George Shultz said, which was to cultivate and garden, take care of the garden of all these different things we'd put in place after World War II, United Nations, Bretton Woods, NATO, Marshall Plan to keep old enemies from becoming new enemies, and all. If we don't do that sort of work and adjust the international organizations to fit our time, then we're going to end up with this kind of breakdown that we're observing. I don't think it's got to be thrown out. I think it has to be updated. I think many of the things they did economically and diplomatically and militarily were the right things to do if you didn't want war. We simply haven't tended to those things. Is anybody working on it? One thing I noticed when I came in as Secretary of Defense, and thank goodness for my years at Hoover before that, we did not have strategy. And this is not a partisan statement. This was two different parties over a period of time had not drafted a new national defense strategy. So we got in and we drafted a new one based, by the way, completely, for those of you who support Hoover, completely on George Shultz's edited version, which Admiral Ellis, Dr. Corey Shockey, and I wrote, the national defense part of that blueprint for America. And you'll find if you read today's national defense strategy, that parts of the Trump strategy are taken word for word into the Biden strategy, and it all started with the Hoover blueprint. So I think we can adapt to it. We're just not doing the adaptations at the speed of relevance. Does that get to your concern?
Yeah, I agree with Jim. I don't think you need new institutions. I will say that the international institutions that we built after World War II were quite remarkable, but they're now under pressure in ways that I'm not sure they're recoverable immediately. For one thing, when you have great power disorder, it's very hard for the Security Council to work. Just recently I was with the president of Haiti, and the president of Kenya, and they were just trying to get a peacekeeping mission for Haiti. Now that's something that shouldn't be an issue. They couldn't get the Security Council to pay attention. They finally did. They finally got it. But that should have been easy. And we're, in the international system, we can't seem to even do the easy things right now. And so I think you keep trying, as you said, to build them, to strengthen them. In the meantime, an architecture is emerging. And it's emerging, for instance, in Asia around the Quad, around the links between the Indo-Pacific to Europe through AUKUS. A strengthened NATO is emerging as a kind of center of gravity for a different kind of Europe. So I think you try to build on those. And the piece that's missing, because it's emerging on the military side, the piece that's missing is an economic strategy for those places, because we can't say the words free trade anymore. So, because these days, if you say free trade, somebody will say, well, it was never fair trade, and what about China, and so forth and so on. We don't have to have trade agreement with China, but we could certainly be working on free trade agreements with our friends in these areas. And so what's missing, because that greatest generation and the great thinkers out of it had a concept that wasn't just military, it was also economic integration. That's why the World Bank and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade and the IMF emerge out of that period. But we don't seem to be as interested on the economic side as trying to forge those ties. And as if businesses are starting to look for what people are calling trusted supply chains, read not through China, one could imagine that that even the private sector is beginning to put some of that architecture in place, and it might actually be just to be a little bit more attentive to how it's emerging and nudge it along. I want to thank you for being with us in this conversation. We're going to, I think, take a little break now. Is that right? I'll hand it back to Eric, who can tell us the next things we're going to do. Thanks very much, and please help me to thank Jim Mattis.
Thank you, Secretary Rice, General Mattis, Condi, and Jim. We are now going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will return promptly at 11 for a session with the National Security Affairs Fellows. So thanks very much, and see you in 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's gonna go to Blount. Oh, it's for tomorrow, okay. Okay, yeah. We're gonna have to leave it. I'm over here. Give me 5 minutes, I'll be able to. I was gonna say like maybe the 2 in the middle together, right? And this over here.
Yeah. Those two get pushed together.
Chris, could you grab 5 water bottles from the room?
Oh, yeah.
From the green room?
Hey, so they have cups too.
No cups. We're not giving you cups right now.
Okay. So should I put these away? Is there any more of those coasters?
Yeah.
These two guys share those two.
Hi, Amy. How are you? Good. So, you know, one is going to be a swivel, right?
I
for you?
do.
Okay.
I
So
do.
there's this one, a swivel.
And the
other one,
last
yeah. Okay. Okay. Just so you know. You're welcome.
And then they can, the guys can open Amy's first because they're very hard. But did you want us just to all four people? They are going to announce you. You can be here if you want to save time. Then I'll send you all out and then Eric's going to write. So, Eric, I think they wrote it in the script. I can go grab mine. Okay, so yours is open. Thank you. Oh, Denise. I think that's better without. Hi, look at this. We just had to reset it on the fly. Can you Yeah, does it look okay? No, we just did 5 this time. No, there's 4 speakers. Oh, great, yeah, I should just do it all. It's the worst water bubbles ever. Okay, this can go under.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're ready to begin.
Over to Amy.
Okay, wonderful guests, if you could take your seats, please. While the doors are shutting, I just please remind you to turn off your phone, not just your ringers, but all the annoying little dings and pings from various apps you have on. That would be great. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. The Robert and Marion Oster National Security Affairs Fellows Program, which we call the NSAF program here, began in 1969 and has been a vital part of our mission since then for over 50 years. It's a great pleasure to have it here and to have its participants here. The NSAF program this year includes representatives from the United States Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, Department of State, FBI, and now CIA. These year-long fellowships offer these fellows the opportunity to do research with fellows on their topics of their own interest and of interest to their agency or service branch. We have a distinguished group of alumni who have been NSAF fellows at Hoover. They include 16 general officers, 2 flag officers, 13 U.S. ambassadors, a member of Congress, and a national security advisor, our own H.R. McMaster. Today, you're going to hear from 4 members. We wish we could have everyone speak, but 4 members of the 2023-24 cohort. I'm going to turn the program over to your host, Amy Ziegart, who's the Morris Arnold and Nona and Jean Cox Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution and runs the National Security Affairs Program. So please give a warm Hoover welcome to Amy Ziegart.
Thanks, Eric. Good morning, everyone, and I want to thank you, Eric, for introducing us. Let me just say, those of you who know me know this is not my normal voice. I tested negative for COVID, but positive for talking too much last night. We had an NSAF event with the fellows and their student mentees, and we got talking for quite a long time. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that. I just want to add, before we jump into conversation, a couple of points. Eric gave you an overview of the program. A couple of things that are new about the program. These National Security Affairs Fellows, as he mentioned, play a vital role here at Hoover in forming our work with their unique perspectives from the front lines. But they're also inspiring and mentoring the next generation, these students I just mentioned. So we have this mentorship program, these 4 fellows and the 6 in the audience who I'll introduce in a minute. Together, the 11 of us teach a class. It is a class that meets every week, all through the academic year, about U.S. foreign policy from the front lines. Now, students in this class are not the usual suspects. We give priority to people who have never had experience with the U.S. government before, never had exposure to the U.S. government before, may not like the U.S. government even. This is a bridge building effort. And so to give you some idea, the best metric of success, of course, is applications. We had a record number of applications this year. The last year's class really threw down the gauntlet for you guys to make sure we get applications next year. And these students come from Zimbabwe, the United States, Mexico, the UK. They run the gamut in majors. We have 30 students with 15 majors. Half of our students are STEM majors, engineers who have never thought about national security before, but now they do. So mechanical engineering, computer science, electrical engineering. And they've done everything you can imagine, right? They've worked in the White House. They've worked at McKinsey, KKR, startups, and even, Condi will be happy to hear this, the NFL. So the students get to meet with these fellows and me in this class every week, and then in the off weeks, we give the fellows funds to do fun activities. Not enough to go to Vegas, but enough to really integrate into the campus and win hearts and minds one pizza at a time. One other thing I want to mention about the program, which is as the geopolitical environment has changed, our program has changed. Eric has mentioned that we have historically had representatives from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marine Corps, and the State Department. Now we have representatives from the Space Force and the Coast Guard. And in the past year, 2 elements of the intelligence community, the FBI and the CIA. And if the vivid events in Israel of the last week have reminded us of nothing, or of anything rather, it's the importance, the essential importance of intelligence, counterintelligence and counterterrorism in national security. And we're delighted to have all of these representatives from these different organizations here. And I promised Condi we would not add any more. We're at a full state complement of 10. Now, we drew straws out of a hat, and the short straws that get to be grilled by me up here for a few minutes. But I wanted to introduce the 6 other NSAFs before I turn to them. So you all know who they are. They're going to be here, and I would encourage you to introduce yourselves and talk to them. You'll be both impressed and inspired. So if you could, guys, stand up when I call your name and just wave to the crowd. First, this is in alphabetical order, by the way. Colonel Patrick Biggs of the U.S. Army. Lieutenant Commander Brad Hoffman of the U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Coolidge of the Marine Corps. Commander K.R. Reinhold of the Coast Guard. Those of you who knew our Coast Guard fellow last year know we had a helicopter pilot last year, we have a helicopter pilot this year. And last but not least, Mr. Sam Townsend of the CIA.
Did you do math?
No. And you're right, and I did not. And of course, what did I forget? The final frontier, U.S. space. From the U.S. Space Force, Lieutenant Colonel Matt Linker. Thank you. Sitting next to me at the end, we have Lieutenant Colonel Alfonso Adams from the Air Force, who is a career cyberspace operations officer. Hold your applause to the end, because I want to make sure we get through this. Next to him, we have from the U.S. Army, Lieutenant Colonel Vinny Nguyen. He is an Army Enterprise Marketing and Behavioral Economics officer, and he'll explain what that is. Next to him, we have from the State Department, Mr. David Arunantham. I'm working on that, David. Who spent most of his career working in U.S. foreign policy toward countries in the Indo-Pacific. He's also a Stanford grad. And last but not least, sitting next to me from the FBI, Special Agent Nick Schenken, who works in the Counterintelligence Task Force at the FBI's San Francisco field office. You can imagine that's not a busy job. Please join me before we get started in welcoming the entire NSAF class of 2023-24. So guys, I want to start just by having you share a little bit more about your backgrounds. And maybe we'll go from end to end. Yeah, we'll start with you, Fonz. Tell the crowd your last job you had before you came to Hoover, and something about you that's important, but not on your resume, or we can't find out by Googling you.
Sure. First, I want to thank Bob and Marion Oster for giving all 10 of us this opportunity for this next year. Before Hoover, I was a squadron commander in Colorado Springs at Peterson Space Force Base, but I was actually an Air Force, still an Air Force guy, doing cybersecurity for the Air Force's unclassified and classified networks. And so it was about 250 airmen, another 100 contractors, and about 50 other Department of the Air Force civilians. As far as something that you couldn't find Googling me, is that this is kind of a family business for me. My father was in the Air Force. My uncle was in the Air Force. 3 of my brothers have served in the Marine Corps, in the Navy, and the Coast Guard. My mom's from Zambia, and her grandfather was in the Zambian Army during World War II. And then my wife is in the Air Force still today. Her father was in the Army. Her mother was in the Army. Thank you. So my oldest son, who's 10, wants to be in the Navy. So I've got to fix that.
Vinny.
Okay, so Lieutenant Colonel Vinny Nguyen. My previous job, I was a battalion commander in the 78th Signal Battalion stationed out in Camp Zamba, Japan. What we did was manage the critical network infrastructure and cybersecurity throughout the Pacific. So if it ranged between Hawaii to Korea, I managed the network infrastructure that provide capabilities for the Joint Force and to include the State Department. So if anyone's flying over with an airplane over top that needed communications, they would tie into some critical infrastructures that I was managing during that time. Now, Amy talked about how I'm an Army marketing officer, and I'm going to explain to you what that means, but my previous job, I was a signal officer, so I just made that change So I'm going to ask if you have any questions about marketing, please be understanding that I just made the switch and I'm here today, so I don't know too much about it just yet. Something that you don't know about me by Googling is I'm a product of the Vietnam War. With most folks that came to the States, immigrated to the States in the 80s, we're generally of Vietnamese descent is a product of the Vietnam War. My father served in the ARVN, the South Vietnamese Army, and after the collapse of Saigon, he was detained as a political prisoner. And during that time in the re-education camp, it transitioned over to a work release program. And that's kind of when he made a plan to flee, and we got on a boat and made our way to the United States. So that's kind of how we're here today.
Thanks. My last assignment was, I spent about 18 years in the department and a lot of time in the Indo-Pacific, and my last assignment, which was the second of 2 assignments in India. I ran our regional CT office out of Delhi, and we looked not only at CT issues. This was a position that was created in the aftermath of 9/11, but also looked at other types of threats out of the political section in New Delhi. And we were also covering security issues writ large that were not DOD, MOD related. And something that I guess you can't find find out about me by Googling, I would say, is that like Winnie, my family is also an immigrant family, and we came to the United States because of conflict in our home country of Sri Lanka in the 1980s during the height of the Civil War, and our family upended our lives by coming here, and are always eternally grateful to be here and have these opportunities. And I think that's what makes our, not only our cohort, but our government special, is that we have so many people from different backgrounds that we come to represent the face of the United States. Thank you.
So before this assignment, I was in charge of our emerging technology active defense portfolio, which covers venture cap and most portfolio companies, depending upon industry, and the active defense thereof. Something you couldn't find out about me on Google: my grandparents were communists. Let me explain. It's more than that. They were Ashkenazi Jews whose parents had escaped the Tsarist pogroms. And most Ashkenazi Jews who were expelled in that fashion joined the other side and opted into a philosophy that was no religion equals no religious persecution. And then the pogroms of Uncle Joe Stalin convinced them that perhaps, a secular philosophy might not be the solution to all the Jews' problems. They came to the U.S. My grandfather had his, and this becomes a little bit more applicable or more interesting today, had his acceptance to Harvard revoked because they had hit their Jewish capacity. And I don't know if that still exists, but it sure feels like it today. But with years, they started to discover that the American experiment was the one that seemed to have the most promise in actually integrating and accepting people who were perhaps non-mainstream, minorities, et cetera. So they became devout, avid Americans, and here I am today.
So you can tell we did not practice this. I did not know his grandparents were communists before we got on stage.
Didn't put it on my application, so.
But what happens at Hoover stays within Hoover, right? So just following up on that, I want to pull a thread that was raised earlier in that fabulous session with Condi and Jim Mattis this morning, where you'll recall Jim said, presidents today don't stand up and across party lines and say, Uncle Sam needs you. But you all raised your hand and said, Uncle Sam needs me and I'm going to answer that call. So talk a little bit more about not only why you serve, but I know, Vinny, you've talked about this too, why you continue to serve and whether those things are different and how you think about what got you into this business. Other than Fonz, we know it's the family business for him. But Vinny, why don't we start with you? Why do you all serve and why do you continue to serve?
Yeah, so I kind of talked about, a lot of us, we talk about service, right, in two different ways. Joining the service, different motivating factors, and then the second part is, yes, we've done our service. Most of us have deployed, especially in this part of our career. Why do you continue to do it? So my first answer is, why do I serve? And you kind of heard my story a little bit, is there's an overwhelming urge to give back to a nation that not just gave my family and I a place to live, but gave us an opportunity to call ourselves citizens, right? We're American citizens. And I've been all over the world, and I think we take it for granted on how significant that means to be an American citizen. And why do I continue to serve is, to call myself an American soldier and to continue to say that is a really rewarding feeling that I can show my kids, my family, that we can give back and continue to give back. And as we look at the military, everyone thinks of us as a fighting force, a force projection. But we're a people business. And to be able to continue to lead at the next level in a organization that is so rooted in taking care of each other is a pretty great feeling.
David?
Sure. So, like Winnie, I would divide it up why I served, why I chose to serve, and why I continue to serve. Although I wish I could say my reasons for service was as exalted as yours. I was 26. I loved history, politics, international relations, and I loved to live abroad. I loved to see the world, and I decided the State Department was my calling. I think what I realized over time was that there's really no other place you could do foreign policy but the State Department. If you're a tech guy, if you're a programmer, you can choose to join the government, but you can also go to the private sector, and there really isn't any alternative in my business. But why I continue to serve, really, what I realized over my career in 18 years in the department is really that sense of purpose, the sense of mission that we have in the government that I really enjoy, and also dealing with a lot of the complex problems that we handle. There really isn't another place that you can do that for people like me, and that's that's the nice thing. It's a nice feeling at the end of the day to have.
Nick?
I think it's probably, the reason why I chose to serve, I think is probably linked to my communist grandparents, frankly, which was, to understand.
Or because you're a lawyer by training.
Part of it was that my grandparents and my parents talked constantly about the fragility of freedom and how in most of the world, much of the world at least, freedom is not a reality. And the oppression that our people suffered, and they were all, my grandparents' generation were the generation of the Shoah, the Holocaust. And I always felt like, and they imbued in my brother and I, that it was important to contribute. You can't sit on the sidelines and hope that everybody else will do their job and make sure that you're safe, that you have a contribution to make. And I was raised in Berkeley, California, which I love Berkeley, sorry. I did not go to UC Berkeley, but I did go to Berkeley High. And there was a lot of, this was during Desert Storm and a variety of other military actions where everybody would walk out of class to protest what other people were doing to protect their freedom. And walking out of class, they were gonna cut class anyway. Like, what kind of a protest is that? So for me, there was a lot of put up or shut up, and I spent 15 years in the private sector before I joined the Bureau, and I've now been in for coming on 16 years in the Bureau. And it's just, you wake up every morning. I was a lawyer and a founder before that, and those are jobs where you got to struggle to wake up in the morning. You know, it's like tough to motivate day to day. In the Bureau, you wake up, you know what the mission is, every day you wake up, and it's worthwhile every day. So, all of us could make far more in the private sector, but the mission is than worth far more than the money that we have forsworn.
Fonz.
I want to just piggyback on kind of one thing that Vinny said is, the sense of accomplishment, the sense of being able to impact the lives of young, individuals that want to serve, in my case, in the United States Air Force. We take individuals from all over, this great country, some of them that aren't even U.S. citizens, specifically on the enlisted side, and we give them a sense of purpose. We invest in their lives in a very personal manner, and we invest in them in their future abilities. And while, I've been in now 19 years, this sense of accomplishment, this sense of reinvesting, and this sense of allowing individuals to not only find themselves, but then to decide how they want to give back to the country in some way, shape, or form, is a huge sense of accomplishment. It makes it easier to wake up in the morning, particularly on the days that are hard.
So I want to turn to the strategic threat landscape now. We're not going to talk about communists anymore. Or Berkeley.
We'll see. Yeah. Same thing.
So one of the other things that came out of the conversation earlier this morning between Jim and Condi was this shift from the global war on terror to great power competition, but actually both at the same time. So Vinny and Fonz, let's start with you two. You have operated in cyberspace at the tip of the spear in a new battleground. So can you give us a better sense of what this massive shift after 20 years of, in particular, tactical operations fighting terrorists, to now having to do that and face the strategic challenges of China and Russia, what that's been like for you two? Vinny, why don't we start with you and then we'll go to Fonz.
Yeah, so as we look at a shift from GWAT to GPC, right? When we fought in GWAT, we knew who our adversaries were, and we outmatched them through our tactics, our training, our technology. As we shift to GPC, and I would say saying shift would be a disservice at what's going on, which is a balance on both fronts. We're looking at adversaries that have what we call near peer, possibly peer threats that have the same capabilities that could counter our competitive advantage that we had during GWAT. And that's just, we're talking about tactics and capabilities here, but as you look at GWAT, what GWAT has done is we dedicated an entire generation of leaders to fighting a counterinsurgency. That's 20 years, right? 2 decades into that. And if you look at a military career, you can join the military and retire from the military within 20 years. You could lose an entire generation of experience during that time. So during this shift is incredibly difficult because the tactical leaders that we had during the Great Power conflict and knowing what readiness was during that time and trying to re-implement it 20 years later, it's incredibly difficult. We had to find how do we re-blue on these experiences. And I was talking to Colonel Pat Biggs this morning, and he said that we need to generate new muscle memory on what readiness looks like in a great power competition, right? But we can't forget what fighting terrorist organizations, counterinsurgency looks like. And on top of that, when you look at this wide span of complexities that's added to it, what wasn't there in the 80s and 90s is 2 additional domains that we had to focus on, which is cyber and space. And that adds another level of complexities at the strategic level. Now, I think I'm gonna hand it over to somebody that's much smarter and much better looking, maybe a little less hair to cover the strategic competition with Colonel Adams here.
Thanks. I think that Secretary Rice and General Mattis brought up a really good point previously. As we look at, for the Department of Defense, for the past about three administrations actually, we've been pivoting to, right, the Indo-Pacific, the theater that we believe has the greatest national security threat and economic threat to American prosperity. But at the same time, we've got a major land war in Eastern Europe, and now we've got a major conflict essentially in the Middle East. How challenging that is to then decide as a department, specifically myself, decide as a commander on how do I prepare, my airmen to be able to do both of those mission sets, to be prepared to tackle both of those challenges. You add in Space Force, particularly on the cyber side, and the challenges that we really have to now come to terms that not only are the assets in orbit at significant vulnerability, but the infrastructure that allows us to even command and control those satellites are now also targets that our adversaries, our enemies, would look to take and exploit. The other part is I believe that we are still in a period globally, specifically across different nations' militaries, of strategic ambiguity with regard to cyberspace. The United States and what we've done through Cyber Command with persistent engagement, continuing to partner with our allies to hunt for enemies on their infrastructure and then use that as a feedback loop to feedback not just to industry but across the U.S. government has provided substantial benefits and success. But we're still also questioning how is all this going to come together at the tactical level when we're looking to our brethren in the Marines and in the Army that are doing that ground maneuver element. We didn't see what I think a lot of us expected to see, on the Russian part at the onset of the Ukrainian war. And where did that go wrong? Because unfortunately for us, we can only simulate that so much. At some point, we need to experience it in order to then make those adjustments, to make those doctrinal changes so that we can be postured for that next fight. The biggest problem is we don't obviously want to find that out at the wrong time.
So Nick, I want to turn to you next. Obviously, counterintelligence, particularly against China, economic espionage is a major shift compared to where we've been in the Cold War and then in the global war on terror. And Director Wray of the FBI has said publicly that your bureau is opening a China-related counterintelligence investigation once every 12 hours, just to give you some sense of how persistent this challenge is. And we're in ground zero of efforts to steal intellectual property to the benefit of the Chinese. So talk about the counterintelligence mission and how challenging it is and how you're thinking about it and what you do on this counterintelligence task force.
Okay. So broadly speaking, there's a general consensus that the PRC consulate that sits on the corner of Geary and Laguna in San Francisco is probably the the physical building most associated with intellectual property theft in the entire world. It probably doesn't surprise a lot of you folks knowing the value of IP that exists within a stone's throw here. The manner in which the PRC IP acquisition apparatus works is one that we do not attempt to imitate in the West for a variety of good reasons. Their persistence is stunning. I mean, there have been instances where at military hardware shows where we have literally had to drag people out by their ankles from underneath up-armored military vehicles where folks have been told multiple times they're not allowed to have their cameras, and they're hiding underneath these platforms taking pictures. The cultural difference in the way in which the various intelligence services function is really very interesting, where the Russians, which are the most fun to work because if ever you're going down Main Street, wherever you are, and you see a consular car burning donuts in the middle of a red light and going off in the opposite direction, generally a Russian diplomat, trying to discover whether we're following them. The Russians are tremendous amounts of fun, and they work here, and they're professionals. And I mean, I've been this close to a Russian IO when he's marking a tree for a future meeting and didn't see him do it. They're pros, and they're a lot of fun. Thank you, Russia. The PRC intelligence service is much more pervasive. They're much less likely to perform tradecraft on the ground. They're much more likely to create friendships on the ground and attempt to do the actual deal, the actual recruitment in China. So they want to extract their friends here in the US to China in order to have an open conversation, because for them, it can be a career-ending faux pas to be caught doing something outside the scope of their diplomatic duties. Whereas the Russians, we just kick them out and they're like, great, I can't wait for my little dacha on the Black Sea, because they go home heroes. So the manner in which they function and their general MO is quite different, so we have specialists for each. I tend to work PRC matters, and you know, the best estimates we have put PRC, well, 80% of intellectual property prosecutions in this country are of instances that would benefit the PRC government, 80%. Of the best estimates put the range of intellectual property theft in our economy somewhere between $400 to $850 billion per annum. It is dramatic, it is pervasive, it's a lot of fun to work, it's incredibly interesting, and it's, you know, as you implied, there's not a slow day. We just don't have slow days. It's, and it's all around you. It's on this campus very often.
So David, let's turn to diplomacy. So one of the instances that Condi mentioned, which she's talked about before, is the EP3 incident in 2001, when she couldn't get on the phone her counterpart from China. So can you talk about how diplomacy has shifted and how you deal not only with diplomacy toward our allies and partners, but countries that are not our allies and partners when they don't want to talk to us?
Sure. Thanks. So, I mean, from the time I've joined the State Department, I mean, I think the most obvious shift has been about the speed of communication. We did not get internet on the desktop in the State Department until 2001, thanks to Colin Powell. I know that's amazing to think that many years after people were using it in the Valley, it was when we actually used it in the department. But over the last 20 years or so, I've seen a dramatic shift in how fast we communicate, and kind of the demand signal from Washington for information, which I think ultimately leads to a lot more capital-to-capital connections. But in some ways, I think diplomacy really hasn't shifted from 50 years ago or even 100 years ago. I still think relationships on the ground matter. Developing the relationships on the ground, partnerships, having friends, allies, partners, at the end of the day really matter. I mean, America is the most powerful nation on earth, but we still cannot do everything, and there are limits to American power, and that's why we need our friends and allies and partners. And showing up in the world really matters doing that. I once had a former Australian foreign minister. We ran into each other at a Brookings event, and we chatted, and he said, look, brand America is down, and because, for the same reason Secretary Mattis mentioned, we don't have our internal house in order. We've retreated from the world. And I think that says a lot coming from the Aussies who are with us side by side everywhere we go, whether it's in Afghanistan or in other parts of the world. But to your last question, I'd say about kind of how do we work or how do we deal with countries that are not our friends? I'd say two things. I think one, going back to what I said earlier, we really need to work through our allies and partners to kind of go around them, and that's part of what the Quad is about. But the other thing, I think we need to work harder, and we need to be persistent. I loved that story about how Secretary Rice, Dr. Rice, was trying to get a hold of her counterpart in the Chinese government. I think that really says something about relationships and also just persistence in our mission. And so I think those are two things I would say are really key.
So I'm going to ask a very unfair question. I'm going to ask for you all to help us do some of our homework here among the senior fellows at the Hoover Institution. Neil Ferguson and I have been talking a lot about what's old and what's new in this moment. You can make the argument that we're in a fundamentally new era. It's cyberspace and outer space. The distribution of power is changing between countries. The distribution of power is changing within countries. We think about governments can't go it alone anymore. Private sector players, whether it's in AI or in social media, play an outsized role in the ability of states to affect change or to leverage, advance the national interest. But you can also make the argument that the world is actually old and the key elements of international relations are enduring. We see land wars in Europe, in the Middle East. For all of our talk about the vastness of cyberspace, borders matter. So I'll let you, anyone who wants to jump into this question, how do you think about what's new and unprecedented in this moment and what's old and enduring in this moment?
I will jump on the grenade. So I think what's inherently new, specifically from the Department of Defense, is it's the way we're engaging partners across the world, the way we're engaging our allies, and the veracity of the information that we're now willing to share. The fact that, the most impressive, and I'll point out, Colonel Linker here, on Space Force's side, is we established the Space Force, and one of the first things that new service did was established a new Joint Force headquarters that allowed them to share information with our allies almost immediately, and allowed them to now be a part of that process, to be able to get a part of that information. The same thing on the cyber side of the house. We're seeing the same thing happen within the Department of the Air Force as we talk collaborative combat aircraft and how those autonomous platforms that are going to essentially fly in formation with other manned aircraft, how we're building those TTPs and building those understandings with our allies at the onset, as opposed to waiting until we perfect it and then telling our allies, this is how it's done. It's now done together and kind of collaboratively. So I am very impressed, and I think that is inherently very, very new. But I think just about everything else seems kind of old. There's a lot going on in the world. There continues to be questions here at home on where do we engage and how much do we engage. And the number of conflicts that we're having have just not slowed down. And I think that this belief that we're going to get into a long strategic pause, that the world will take a knee, I don't think that's proving out to be true.
Anyone else want to jump on this before we move on?
I'll jump on it. I deeply agree. I think fundamentally, thematically, everything is old, right? We're humans, we're tribal, and we're ambitious. So thematically, everything that's going on in this world right now is the same as it was for the Carthaginians, the Romans, the Han, everything. There's nothing new under the sun as far as that goes, and as they say, history rhymes. But we're humans, and we develop tools, and the tool sets are completely new. So many of the tool sets, and I think that's what Fonz is pointing to, is that though the goals are the same, the domains are different, and if we fail to adapt, if we erode our own unity. I mean, how do empires crumble? Not that we're an empire, but how do empires crumble? Well, internally. It's almost never an external stressor that takes down an empire. So even thematically, that is the issue. Like, how mad are we at each other? Well, I won't go too deeply into that, but it does seem to me that at least in this instance, the tools are new, but the themes are very, very old as humanity.
So I want to make sure we have plenty of time for your questions of the fellows. So before we turn it over to you all, I want to ask you all to share two things. The worst day you've had in your job and the best day you've had in your job? And we'll just go down the line. I'm sorry, Nick, I'm picking on you first, and then we'll go down and we'll end with Fonz.
Okay.
And open it up to all of you. Worst day on the job, best day on the job.
Worst day is pretty easy. And we were talking about this the other night, and I think it was Colonel Biggs who said, the first time you do something terrible is really terrible. And then every other time you do it, it's just your job. And so the worst day I had was we periodically, every agent sits duty in their field division. So what that means is on that particular day, you're the duty agent and you take complaints from the public. And you'll not be shocked to hear there are a lot of complaints from the public. The vast majority, 95% of our complaints are folks coming in who suffer from paranoid schizophrenia and somebody should write a book. I mean, they are fascinatingly similar complaints about people following them around the world, the government doing X, Y, and Z, and impacting their cranial function. Why they come to the government to report it, not super clear, but right, we're dealing with irrationality. I had a woman come in, she was a young woman, maybe 32, 33, somewhere in that range, and she came in with a 2-year-old daughter, maybe 2.5, somewhere in that range. And she had been driving all night from Albuquerque to escape people who had been following her. She was very obviously suffering from paranoid schizophrenia. We're not trained in these things, but after a while you can identify it. After 30 seconds, you can identify it. And she was a very sweet woman who was trying to escape from something she perceived that was attacking her in Albuquerque and bring her child to San Francisco where she thought she would be safe. She had no friends, she had no family. She left home without bringing any diapers. And at that time, that was 10 years ago. I had little kids at that time as well. Maybe it was 15, it was a while back. I had to call social services because she had no place to go, and she had a 2-year-old that hadn't been changed in a day and a half, and had barely eaten. And so, I sent out a couple of our honors interns, great program for your kids and grandkids, and gave them some money to bring some food back for the kid and buy some diapers, and we took care of the kid. But social services, and this was, social services and SFPD took maybe 5 hours to get there because they were doing this all day. Not because they were lazy, not because they were doing this all day. And they gave the woman an opportunity to go to a family shelter where she could keep her daughter with her and get some mental assistance. But as with all paranoid schizophrenics, she had no idea that she was paranoid schizophrenic and believed that we were part of the conspiracy to lock her up. Long story, too late. Long story short, it got to the point where the police said, look, it took us 5 hours to get here because we're doing this all day, and this isn't our last stop. We need to resolve this now. And I had to be the one to take that child out of her mother's arms and hand her to the police and split them up. And that was not a day I would like to repeat. But that's there every day, so, salute your local police and social workers. That's hard work. So
quickly, your best day.
My best day. I can't tell you because it's all classified. Truthfully, all of my best days are classified. But I did have a number of good days that were usually my very first arrest was a very good day where I was able to, similarly thematic, these are not issues that I work, but for some reason it's both my best and my worst day. Where my very first arrest, I got to, and I'm sorry for bringing up a sort of an ugly topic, I got to put a guy who was molesting his own daughter and selling videos of it online. I got to slap him on the ground, put him in prison, and watch him attempt suicide in prison that night. He failed, unfortunately for all of us, but that was a good day.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. David.
Sure. So my worst day was I was in my second tour in Bangladesh. We had a VIP visitor from Washington, and we had just pulled into the gates of the Prime Minister's office. This is a few months after the election in 2008 that installs the current Prime Minister, and one of our first visitors from DC. And my phone, it was a BlackBerry at the time, and it shows you how old it was, kept going off. And so at one point, right before we were about to walk into the meeting with the Prime Minister, I decided, okay, someone's trying to reach me. And so I stepped out and I sat in the lobby, and it was my brother calling me on the phone. He said, your brother's had a heart attack, you need to come home. And I didn't have much time to talk because I had this visit to manage. And anyway, so that we spend the rest of the day going to meetings, and that evening, trying to figure out what exactly is going on back home, how I'm going to hand off this work. And our ambassador came to me and he said, look, Jim Moriarty, who later became AIT chairman, some of you may know him, he said, do what you need to do. You go home, you figure out what you need to do. And the reason I mention all this being the worst day, it sounds a little bit like a personal story, but I think for all of us who serve, it really goes to show you that really our personal lives and our professional lives are so intertwined. I spent the next several days figuring out whether I should go home, how soon I should go, how long I should stay, what the impact on my work was going to be, in a way that I think I didn't realize until later I wouldn't have had if I had just been in a regular job to the same extent. So my best day of the year, my best day of my career was something totally different. I was in my first posting in New Delhi. I spent 2 tours in India, as I mentioned earlier. And I was running the office which looked at domestic politics in India, which was a really fun assignment because we covered all the elections and we looked at kind of leadership issues and so on. And we had just had an election in India's 3rd largest state, and so we did some reporting on it and had a little bit of a fight with my boss about kind of how fast this should go out, because everything nowadays has to be done at the speed of light because you've got the internet, you've got Twitter, everything. And so I held on to the piece, and so my boss was really pissed at me. He said, look, it's probably better off if it hadn't gone out. So we held on to the piece so we could get this story right, and I sent it out. And a couple of days later, we got an email from some colleagues in the White House. They said, your team's reporting has been briefed all the way up to the president. And that was right before the president had a call with the Indian Prime Minister where they were talking about the climate change accords. And they said, hey, I think this is perfect timing. This gave us a really great picture of what the leadership issues in India at the moment. Thank you for sending that. So those are the days we live for in the Foreign Service.
All right, so someone was hand clapping, so we'll finish it up. Sorry. So I'm gonna flip it up a little bit. I'm gonna talk about my best day and then go into my worst day because they're somewhat linked. So my best day is becoming a battalion commander, and for those in the military or a squadron commander, as an officer to get selected to lead at the next rank, it's an incredible opportunity and it's a privilege, not a right. So to get selected as a commander, it validates kind of like the Army has invested in you as a person, as a leader, the people that you've worked for, worked with, and those that were working for you. They've kind of led you to this journey to culminate, or hopefully not culminate, but to achieve this level of leadership that you can continue to serve and lead at the next higher rank. So it was a really proud moment, especially for my family that kind of saw all the hard work and all the sacrifice that we made as a team to get to this level. So it was just an incredible feeling to lead in the greatest military the world has ever seen. So that's my best day. Now, what I did not know was the incredible amount of responsibility that came with this title. So this leads to my worst day. I was out and we're stationed in Japan, and I get a phone call, and this is a garrison environment. I get a phone call that one of my leaders, first sergeant, which is at the company level, a battalion has 4 companies, and he's in charge of almost 200 folks, that he has passed away. And this kind of goes to David's point that, you think of a military leader, you think of somebody in uniform, they're a instrument of power, a tool for military projection, right? But what you forget to think about sometimes is we're human, we have emotions. And when you're deployed, you're mentally prepared for casualties. But when you're in a peacetime garrison environment, you expect to be safe, you expect not to lose anybody, right? And he was a great leader. We found out what was going on. I actually was physically there in Okinawa, went to identify the body, and we have to go through these notification processes to inform the family members, to go through the memorial process. And as a person, as a leader, you're going through the motions to get this done, but as a person, you're trying to process and kind of go through the grieving process as well. And that's just me. And the really hard part about this was I had to inform his company on their day off. So I pulled everyone together, brought them in, and we sit out in formation. And most of his soldiers wasn't old enough to drink, right? They're under 21. And to look at their faces, and I'll never forget it, is just looking at them and kind of tell them that this person that they trusted, that shaped and molded and provided that level of safety, is no longer here. And I felt like I took a piece of them away from them, and to kind of look at their eyes and kind of take that away was really difficult. I knew what I signed up for, but I wasn't expecting that, and that was really hard. But the good part about it was he was such an amazing leader that he impacted everyone in such a positive way. And the leadership and the community around, and it wasn't just the military community, it was everyone throughout the services, and folks that were not even in the service showed up to pay their respects. We had a dignified send-off, and they came together with the resources to help an entire company of folks to kind of go through the grieving process and work through it. So it was a sad time, but it was also a great way to show that we are a people organization. We take care of our people.
So I'll say my worst day, very much same as Vinny, was during command. I got a phone call early one morning, about 3 a.m., that one of our non-commissioned officers, his wife was having preterm issues, and they had to go and get the child well over 8 weeks early. And the confusion on his face, right? The concern he has obviously for his family, and then his daughter being in the NICU for weeks. And then as time progressed, the multitude of issues of being, born that early just continued to compound on him, right? She had swelling in the brain, so then she had to have surgery. But then that surgery didn't work, then she had to have another surgery. Then her heart started having issues, so they had to have another surgery. And just living through that, knowing that, you know, this isn't a one-term thing. We're gonna be doing this over multiple weeks, multiple months, was just emotionally, you know, taxing for his family, emotionally taxing for the unit and for his friends in the unit. And then frankly, emotionally taxing for myself, because you're constantly kind of sitting on edge, praying for the best, praying that this child makes it through, but then also trying to mentally prepare yourself in the event that it doesn't. So that's worst day. Best day is probably a little funny story, and I will keep it short. So I had my first opportunity as a captain to meet my first general officer. His name was General Shelton. At the time, he was commander of Air Force Space Command. And we're in a group, and it's very similar to this. We've got a whole bunch of people around a table, and we're all captains, and everybody's going around and introducing themselves. And I've got 3 other friends with me from the unit. And as General Shelton's asking everybody, like, introduce yourself, tell me a little bit about you, he's going down the line, and it's like, this young man stands up. He's like, I'm a Rhodes Scholar, right? I went to Oxford, and I'm like, oh, that's really cool. This other guy, hey, I'm from Iran. My family fled when the Ayatollah came into power. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And as he's going around, I'm just kind of realizing, like, everybody's got a pretty amazing story. And I'm thinking, the 3 of us don't have anything cool to say. So we're gonna be fine. Well, he gets to the young lady that's with us, and she was from Arkansas, and I'm like, this is gonna be a piece of cake. She's gonna be like, I'm from Arkansas, and we're done. But no, not at all. Like, her family, she was the first one in her family to complete middle school, to complete high school, to go to college, like, and this is significant. I'm like, oh, you never told me that, right? And so I'm like, that's pretty awesome. But then he gets to the next guy next to me, and I'm like, he has nothing to say. And so he introduces himself. He says, hi, I won't give his whole name, but he's like, I'm so-and-so, and I'm from Houston. And I'm from Houston, so we were friends. We knew that. And I was like, cool. And General Shelton looked at him and said, oh, where at in Houston? He said, oh, I'm from Clear Lake. And he's like, oh, any connection to NASA? And he's like, yeah, my dad works at NASA. He goes, yeah, I've spent a lot of time at NASA too. I might know your dad. He's like, probably, maybe, I don't know, sir. And he was like, great. And then General Shelton comes over to me, and I'm like, hey, sir, I'm Fonz. I'm also from Houston. He goes, hold on real quick, Fonz. Goes back to him. He goes, is your dad's name X? He goes, yes. Commander X from, like, the 3 recent space missions? And he's like, yes, my dad was the mission commander for, those 3 missions. And I'm just looking at him like, dude, why didn't you share this before? Or keep that to yourself? I said, no. And so he's like, oh, that's awesome. I worked with him for many, many years. Please tell him to give me a call. And he's like, all right, Fonz, what do you got? And I'm like, nothing, sir. And so, yeah, I don't know why, but that's my weirdest best day, I guess.
So we have time for one question, and I ask your forgiveness. However, all of the NSAFs are going to be at lunch, so feel free to pepper them with your questions over lunch. We have time for one question from the audience before we break for lunch. Everyone wants to eat lunch. Oh, right here. Yes. Just wait for the microphone, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Fantastic experiences shared. You are teaching or helping many students learn a lot that they share things that they didn't know before. And this is a positive experience, I think most of us feel here, that you're going through and they are. What do you think are they're learning and they're opening their minds. But there's a lot of people out there, young people, who are learning to not open their minds or to have just a very distinct path only and to close other ideas. How are they learning that? And maybe I'll put it another way. What are the the top threats that we have to the learning of our children and our young adults that are going to be the future of this country?
I think for me, it's especially when we're talking about service to the nation, I think it's the narrative. I think what's holding a lot of young folks from wanting to serve is this weird narrative that's going on that either military members we're all broken, right? Or, there's the deep state, which is us four here on the stage, depending on how you define it. This narrative of, that there's no value in doing what it is that a lot of us are doing or that others before us have done. I think those things are what kind of erodes that trust and confidence to be able to want to do the things that General Mattis brought up, which is to learn more about history, to learn more about political science, to learn more about how our world actually works. It's not very black and white all the time, but I think if we change that narrative, first of all, to say that these are admiral positions and admiral responsibilities and contributions that you can make, I'm hoping that the rest of that education tail catches up.
I want to, on behalf of all of us, thank the four of you for sharing so much, so personally about your perspectives, your experiences. You can see how lucky these students are to have our National Security Affairs Fellows, how lucky we all are. Please join me in thanking them.
My brief announcement is that lunch is being served next door. Please join us there for lunch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are ready to begin.
Folks, if you could take your seats, and our next presenters will take their seats. Welcome back. I hope you had a lovely lunch. It's my great pleasure because next we will be having a live recording of the program Uncommon Knowledge with Peter Robinson, which features Peter Robinson and Elizabeth Economy. We're thrilled to welcome Liz back to Hoover as of just last week after 2 years in Washington, D.C. Peter, as you know, is the Murdoch Distinguished Policy Fellow at the Hoover Institution. He writes broadly on business and politics. He edits our quarterly journal, Hoover Digest, and he also hosts our video series, Uncommon Knowledge with Peter Robinson, which features an amazing series of guests. Peter notably spent 6 years in the White House as chief speechwriter to Vice President George Bush, and then as special assistant and speechwriter for President Ronald Reagan. Liz is a Hoover Senior Fellow. From 2021 to 2023, she served as Senior Foreign Advisor for China to Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo. She was previously a Senior Fellow for China Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Liz is the author of a number of excellent books on China covering leadership and domestic and foreign affairs, the most recent of which, The World According to China, was published in 2022 and is the basis for this conversation. Please give a warm Hoover welcome to our guests.
I have to do some television-y stuff at the beginning and at the end. But in the middle, it'll just be a conversation with Liz and me, and we're going to reserve a few moments toward the end of the session, a few minutes toward the end of the session for questions. Ready? Yes. All right. From the Trump administration's national security strategy of 2017, quote, China challenges American power, influence, and interests. From the Biden administration's national security strategy of 2022, China is the only competitor with both the intent to reshape the international order and the power to advance that objective. If Trump and Biden agree that China is a threat. China is a threat. Today, a scholar who has devoted her professional life to the study of that threat. Elizabeth Economy on Uncommon Knowledge now. That went pretty well, just so in case you're wondering. No, hold the applause until the end, please. All right, one more television-y thing, and then we go. Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. Elizabeth Economy did her undergraduate work at Swarthmore, earned an MA here at Stanford, and holds a doctorate from the University of Michigan. She served at the Council on Foreign Relations and at the World Economic Forum before coming here to the Hoover Institution in 2020. Dr. Economy is the author of half a dozen books, including her most recent volume, The World According to China, and she has just returned to Hoover after a leave of absence in Washington, where she served as senior advisor for China to Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo. Liz, welcome back.
Thank you, Peter. Great to be here.
If Xi Jinping could have everything he wanted, if he could adjust the entire world to his liking, how would life here in the United States be different?
I mean, I think it would be radically different, but maybe I'll take a step back first and just describe a little bit what Xi Jinping's ambitions actually are, because I think it's important to understand just how transformational his vision is for reordering the world order. I think, to begin with, if you look back to 2017, Xi Jinping, when he was reselected as General Secretary of the Communist Party for his second 5-year term, delivered a 3.5-hour speech, right, without break, in which he uttered the phrase, "China has stood up, grown rich, become strong, and is moving towards center stage." And that part about becoming strong and moving towards center stage really reflects Xi's ultimate ambition. It is about the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, or reclaiming Chinese centrality on the global stage. What does it mean in practical terms? I'll just tick off, I think, the main points. First, it means reclaiming the territory that Xi Jinping considers to be Chinese sovereign territory. In the first instance, Taiwan, Hong Kong, the South China Sea, but the Diaoyu Senkaku Islands that are administered by Japan, obviously, a border territory with India. All told, China has 14 different border conflicts. So making China whole again, really redrawing the map of China in a pretty significant way. He wants China to be the dominant power in the Asia-Pacific, right? Send the United States back across the Pacific to be a regional Atlantic power. He calls for the dissolution of the US-led alliance system, right? Not only in Asia, but also NATO. Calls it anachronistic and targeted against China. And he wants the world, the rest of the world, its rules, its norms, the policy choices of other countries to reflect Chinese interests and values and priorities, right? And you see that through the Belt and Road Initiative, right, which has become not only an infrastructure, hard infrastructure initiative, but really an effort by Xi Jinping to transmit Chinese political values, Chinese military interests, establishing bases globally, helping other countries, authoritarian states, learn how to, control the internet and suppress civil society. So it's a really grand scale effort to shape the world in ways that will serve Chinese interests. So that's the ambition, I think. So what does it mean for the United States? What would life look like? I think above all, and maybe the recent events, the attack against Israel by Hamas I think serves to illustrate this. The world would be without its policemen, right? China would be the dominant, the preeminent power. You wouldn't have the system of alliances that underpins the liberal international order. To the extent that we think about the world as chaotic and disorderly, it would be magnified tenfold, right, if China were the dominant power, because we've seen China's reaction, right, to the Ukraine, to the Russian invasion in Ukraine, to the attack on Israel. China's unwilling to stand up and do what's right? It's unwilling to make a claim about what is right in the international system. So I think that would be one pretty significant difference in the world. Second, I think for the U.S. economy, probably it would suffer. I think, first, if the yuan were to become the world's reserve currency to replace the dollar, the cost of borrowing, the cost of capital would go up. If China were setting technology standards globally, then our companies would become sort of second-tier players. If China's laying the fiber optic cable and dominating e-commerce and satellite systems and cloud, right? That would make life much more difficult.
So we would no longer be top country. We would live in a much more dangerous world. We would be poorer than we would be otherwise. And can I ask another question? A few years ago, I probably shouldn't name the name because Beijing is watching. That's the question in a certain sense. There was a Chinese scholar from Fudan University here at Hoover for a year. And I asked this scholar, what's the best part about being in California? And I thought that he would say, oh, the weather. We were just having a cup of coffee. And the answer was, internet searches. Because when I'm at home, every time I do a search, I know two things. One, they're filtering the information they give me. And two, they're keeping track of the questions I ask. And I have to say, I just found that, I sort of made my blood run cold for a moment, even though it was an informal cup of coffee. But that would be the case. Is it not so? That if he had everything he wanted, it would be Orwellian. We would feel as though, or am I overstating the case? Does Google already know everything about us?
Well, Google may or may not know everything about us, but one thing we can count on is that we have a legal system that will, protect our rights, right? And we can go after Google if we feel like Google is abusing the use of our information. And we know that Google's not going to turn that information over to the government if the government simply asks for it. So, you're absolutely right. I think that issue, that sort of cross-section of technology control that China would have, along with its belief that the state should determine, the rights in its surveillance system.
And that there's no recourse against the state.
No rule of law, right, in the Chinese system. Maybe it wouldn't affect, internal discussions within the United States, but certainly cross-border, Zooms with people. You can see the way when Daryl Morey, right, the general manager of the Houston Rockets, tweeted, fight for freedom, stand up for Hong Kong. The Chinese then, went after the Houston Rockets. They stopped televising all of the NBA games for a period of over a year. So that ability to use its economic leverage, to use its technology to coerce, right, individuals to try to adjust what they say and how they behave.
They are real, I'm going to use the technical term, they are real bastards. So
I try to avoid words like that.
You've laid out this the breathtaking scope of what he wants to accomplish. I would like to know if it's possible to get to the answer to this question. Why does he want to accomplish that? And the argument that comes to my mind is China has done pretty well in the world order that the United States and our allies established after the Second World War. Hundreds of millions of Chinese have been brought out of poverty. A not insignificant number of Chinese have been made rich, truly, really rich at Silicon Valley levels. That country has been prospering, educational levels, on it goes. They've been doing just fine. So why does he want to turn it all upside down?
I think there are probably two things behind that question. Maybe first is that I don't think Xi Jinping looks at China's success and believes that it is the result of its, integration into the international system. I would say he would argue that it is the result of the Chinese Communist Party and the resilience and industriousness of the Chinese people. So I think, first of all, he would see it different. I think he would read the facts very differently. And second, Xi Jinping, looks back, in history to a time when China was really the center of the world. That's the point I made at the outset about, the great ambition is reclaiming Chinese centrality on the global stage. And so bringing that back requires a different international order, right? China's not going to be the center of the world if its values and if it's the way that it trades and invests and it's, doesn't have military bases. It's not going to be the center of the world unless it has all those things. So that's why the world needs to transform so that China gets what it wants.
Now, that leads, by the way, you're doing my job. You just set up the next question beautifully. But I'll take a moment here because I'm going to read you 3 quotations. One from our Hoover colleague, Stephen Kotkin. The Chinese Communist Party is a Leninist organization. You can't be half communist just like you can't be half pregnant. Our Hoover colleague, Frank Dickkotter, quote, the constants of Chinese leadership, the Leninist principle of a monopoly on power, and state ownership of the means of production, which is a very good Marxist principle. Now here's my 3rd quotation, and this comes from my Hoover colleague, Liz Economy. One of Xi's foreign policy innovations has been the promotion of China's political model and the export of some of its authoritarian elements, close quote. Okay, so whereas Stephen Kotkin and Frank Dickkotter both say they're communists, and that's tremendously important to grasp, well, this is the question. Do you disagree or you place a different emphasis on it? I mean, in the old days, the Soviets were Russian, and that explained part of the picture, but you couldn't understand the full picture unless you understood that they were also communist, all right? So how do you weight this? To what extent is Xi behaving the way he's behaving because he's a communist, and to what extent because he's working in a 1,000-year imperial tradition?
Yeah. So I'm glad you put it as Xi Jinping as opposed to the Chinese, right? Because I think it's important to remember that there are as many different perspectives within China about what the Chinese political system should look like as there are in the United States. And so I just, the Chinese Communist Party represents only about 7% of the Chinese population. It's a very small number. So imagine all those other people, what they might think. And even within the Chinese Communist Party, there are people that are not what I would call true believers. As far as Xi Jinping is concerned, it's a really interesting question. I think Xi Jinping is certainly an imperialist. And if you look at the Belt and Road Initiative, if you look how he discusses it with reference to the Silk Road, right, which takes you back to the Han and the Tang dynasties when China was kind of at the apex of its economic influence and its cultural, influence. China doubled its territory during the Han dynasty. I think that's very appealing to Xi Jinping. And the Belt and Road is all about trade routes. It's about establishing military outposts. It's about exporting China's cultural influence. So imperialist, yes.
Right.
Communist, I think, is a different question. So Xi Jinping, yes, he uses the rhetoric of, class struggle, right? He talks about the fact that socialism will triumph over capitalism. And he certainly, as both Steve and Frank mentioned, believes in the centrality of the Chinese Communist Party, and he believes in an enhanced role for the state in the Chinese economy. But I think if you try to look at what communism also says about, from each according to, his, what am I
ability,
saying?
Each from his ability, two according to his needs.
Right,
yes,
right.
Yes,
if you look at that, or if you look at, efforts to develop a social welfare net to make China a more equal society, right? Then you see that Xi Jinping has not really done much over the course of the past 11 years. And so I think that the overlay of a sort of authoritarianism veering toward totalitarianism over communism gives you Xi Jinping. But when you start to move past that overlay of what we would consider to be authoritarian and totalitarianism into what would be distinctly communist,
yes.
I think at that point, Xi Jinping does actually not represent much of what we would consider to be communist.
So not much explanatory power, if you.
Not to my mind.
Okay, could I try this one more? I'm searching for analogs here, which is the only way I can go about this. So, again, the old Soviet Union. Khrushchev, we know from his memoirs, he's toppled from power, and he writes memoirs which are almost touching in their naivete. He really was a believer that communism would usher in this wonderful new world. Khrushchev is one thing, a true believer, let's use that term. And then you get Brezhnev, who knows what Brezhnev, I mean, in the end, who knows if he was even sentient, but he represents decadence from the communist point of view. They don't believe anymore that it's just the system chugging along because it can't figure out what else to do. If this were a spectrum, does Xi fit on it, or is he something completely different, so Chinese that those analogs aren't useful?
I mean, I think he's different because he is he's centralized power to a degree that Khrushchev and Brezhnev could only have dreamed of, centralized power in his own hands. So in that sense, probably more, an analog would be more like a Stalin. And what he's driving toward does not seem to be, again, doesn't seem to be, you know, a new egalitarian society, a new form of economic relations and political relations that resemble true communism. He also is someone who, and I think for this, you know, there's some degree of credit that he deserves. He's someone that's gone after all that corruption that certainly plagued the Brezhnev years, for example, in the Soviet Union. And so he's attacked party members for their corruption. Now, part of it is self-serving. He's eliminated his political opposition through this. But it's also true that if you look over the course of Xi Jinping's career, he was always about anti-corruption. So even when he was a lower level, sort of civil servant rising through the party, he always talked about how people should not use the Communist Party, their membership, as a means for sort of political or economic personal gain. So I think that part is real.
So you have, now I'm going subjective here, so just reach across and slap me because I'm answering questions no good grad student.
Okay.
I'm sure you wouldn't tolerate this from a grad student. But when you look at Brezhnev, you have the feeling of the end of something. Something is tired, something is spent, momentum is running out. And with Xi Jinping, you have the feeling of a project that is just beginning. I mean, I'm not delighted to say that, but does it feel that way? Or am I saying things that just don't even make sense to a scholar?
So, my first, I've served twice in government. First was right after I finished my master's at Stanford. I was the Gorbachev analyst at the CIA. And so I came into the job right as almost he took power, just a few months after that.
85.
85,
right.
Summer of 85. And, at that time, nobody thought Gorbachev was going to be anything special. Nobody would have predicted, right, the change in the Soviet Union, really. That he ushered in.
Nobody would have said the Soviet Union would become defunct by 1991.
Exactly.
Sure.
So, even as we look at Xi Jinping and, he seems so powerful, he has so much power in his own hands, I think you can look beneath the surface, inside China and see a country that is incredibly polarized, equally as polarized as the United States, along gender lines, along ethnic lines, along, income inequality, gaps between what you would consider to be the bureaucratic class and the creative class. What has happened to the entrepreneurial class in China, to the scholarly class in China, anyone who colors outside the lines in the country, right? Their worlds have become so small. Jennifer Pan here at Stanford in the communications department has done amazing research, doing survey research of urban middle-class Chinese, and she found the majority want freedom of speech. They want the right to assemble. They want private property. We saw when Dr. Li Wenliang died during COVID, right? Remember, 1 million people went online calling for freedom of speech. So just because we can't see beneath the surface as easily as we did pre-Xi Jinping, because of the repression, because of the tight controls on information, doesn't mean we might not be surprised at some point in the future that he is at least pushed back to the second line, kind of like what happened to Mao Zedong after the Cultural Revolution, or after the Great Leap Forward, where he became just sort of one leader among many. So, I'm somebody who...
You were going to insist on the contingency of history. Nothing here is preordained.
Exactly.
All right.
Yes, you said it in 5 words. I said it in 500, so sorry.
No, it's my job to try to hold an audience's attention. It's your job to write the books that matter.
Okay.
Another couple of quotations. More Hoover colleagues, the late Henry Rowan, writing in 1998. Imagine a prosperous China with an educated, well-informed, home-owning population. Now imagine that this population is still ruled by a party with something like the monopoly of power and controls over behavior that exists today. The combination simply doesn't compute, close quote. Now, our colleague, Larry Diamond, in 2012. For some time, I suspected that Henry Rowan's projections were a bit optimistic. Now I suspect, he's writing in 2012, that the end of the CCP rule will come much sooner than I used to suppose. China cannot keep moving forward to a middle-income country without the pressures for democratic change that Korea and Taiwan experienced more than 2 decades ago. Liz, doggone it, Korea starts out a country run by tough bad guys. It introduces economic growth, and it becomes a democracy. Taiwan is run by people much friendlier to the United States, but these were not sweethearts. These were tough guys. Economic growth, and now it's a democracy. Why hasn't that happened in China? To the contrary, Xi Jinping, we thought we knew, of course, Harry and Larry, brilliant people. Yeah. They weren't misreading things. That's the way it looked to inform people in those days. And Xi Jinping comes along and pulls a Yui. Why?
Yeah, I mean, look, you can look back into the 1980s, right, in the late 1980s, which is really when South Korea and Taiwan kind of made their transition from, you know, roughly authoritarian states to more resilient democracies, and see that China was actually at almost exactly the same point, right? Because if you stop to think about it, you had a rising middle class that was demanding greater political reform. You had an event, just like you did in South Korea and Taiwan, you had events that triggered mass protests. In this case, you had the death of Hu Yaobang, who was a much beloved former general secretary of the Communist Party, extremely politically reform-oriented. That led to the Tiananmen Square protests, right?
1989.
1989, right? That was his, Hu Yaobang died in April of 1989. And then you end up with these mass protests, calls for political reform. You also have Zhao Ziyang, who, like his Taiwanese and South Korean compatriots, felt that the time was probably right for some political reform. He was prepared to negotiate with the protesters, but Zhao Ziyang wasn't really the power. The power behind the throne was Deng Xiaoping, and Deng Xiaoping was not interested, right? Didn't feel like his back was up against the wall, was not inclined toward political reform, and so you didn't get that moment. That moment didn't translate into a transition. Fast forward to 2010, 2011, and you had, again, massive protests in China around the environment. You had an extremely active internet with people calling for political reform. You had salons with billionaires and reform-oriented scholars and lawyers meeting, weekly to talk about how China could transition.
Life, yes.
Exactly. Incredibly exciting, vibrant political society during that time. But you got Xi Jinping. And so, again, I think leaders matter a lot. And Xi Jinping has never demonstrated an interest in opening up the political system, barely demonstrated interest in continuing economic reform.
Can I jump ahead to on this stage, what was it, 4 years ago, I interviewed Jimmy Lai. Jimmy Lai, the Hong Kong business figure, immensely successful man, who at that point had taken a lead in the democracy protests. And I said to Jimmy Lai, aren't you afraid? Great big country up there, little tiny city down here, China, Hong Kong. And he said, no. 60% of foreign investment into China flows through the banking system in Hong Kong. And today, Jimmy Lai is in prison, and they did move on Hong Kong. So is it as simple as this, that given a choice between economic growth and the party's power, the party will choose power every single time?
I think yes, I think that is true. I think it's also an issue of sovereignty. So if you extrapolate then from Hong Kong to Taiwan, I think what we don't want to do is, make the mistake in thinking that just because China is, reliant on TSMC, right, for...
TSMC is the semiconductor industry and company in Taiwan.
In Taiwan, right, that produces most of the advanced chips, in the world. Just because China is extremely dependent on Taiwan for those chips, that it would not be willing to take military action against Taiwan. So I think it's not just about party power, it's about that issue of sovereignty as well.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment. I began with Trump and Biden. Let's go through this, Trump and Biden quickly, and then the question is, where is there continuity, or where would you criticize either administration? And where would you criticize either administration? I'm going to ask for grades. Here's Trump. The Trump administration places a series of tariffs on Chinese goods. I couldn't resist this. The tariffs are so stiff that during the July 2019 presidential debate, Joe Biden said, President Trump may think he's being tough on China. All that he's delivered is Americans paying more, close quote. The Biden administration retains the Trump tariffs that Joe Biden attacked, but has also placed limits on the transfer to China of advanced graphics processor units. By the way, the first thing you can do is correct me because you know this in detail. I don't. They place limits on the transfer to China of advanced graphics processor units. These are important in AI applications, and placed new limits on the transfer to China of American chips and American technical expertise. Quotation, this time from our Hoover. I set myself a little challenge that I would only quote Hoover fellows.
Impressive.
Our Hoover colleague, Neil Ferguson, quote, in short, the Biden administration aims to halt technological progress in China. Trump did nothing so radical, close quote. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so you want me to grade them? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, from the look on your face, I'd far rather you grade them than grade my question.
Yeah. Well, I think the question perhaps is a little bit narrow if we're thinking about these things as being the sum total of the administration's approach and policy and strategy toward China. So it doesn't really only boil down to the tariffs for Trump and the controls on technology for the Biden administration. So maybe I'll just
okay,
say,
so wider, let's open the aperture,
yeah.
to be fair here.
Yes, to be fair.
What do we need to do and how have we been doing?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think, look, the Trump administration did a really a good thing when it kind of looked across the landscape and said, China is posing really significant threats in a whole array of areas, and we need to change the way that we're doing business. So in many respects, what the Trump administration did most effectively was simply to right the ship, to right the American ship. Beyond that, I think in terms of sort of setting an agenda and then executing, on a strategy to realize a set of objectives, I think the Trump administration was really of two minds. Mm-hmm. So it's difficult to kind of give them a grade. On the one hand, you had sort of President Trump, who had a much more personalistic and idiosyncratic approach to policy and toward China, embraced authoritarianism at times, sort of devalued our allies, pulled us out of a lot of international institutions. So that, in many respects, and as you said, kind of made the singular effort of his China focus really about the bilateral trade deficit and putting the tariffs on in the Phase 1 trade rules. So that was kind of his effort. At the same time, you had a kind of shadow government operating, many of whom people are now here at Hoover, right? So Secretary Mattis and National Security Advisor McMaster and my good friends Matt Pottinger and Matt Turpin, all of whom I think approached China in a much more traditionalist way, right? Continued to value our allies, continued to work to keep us in international institutions, sort of proclaimed the free and open Indo-Pacific, worked with our Asian allies and partners to strengthen the Quad, to strengthen those relationships. Those are really important, and lasting impacts of the Trump administration. So, if this were like a group project, I'd have to give two different grades, one for Trump and one for those guys. I won't say what those would be. So, for the Biden administration, a little awkward for me since I just left a week ago. I would say that probably it has not been as clear in its overall objective with regard to China. I think managing competition or managed competition doesn't probably get us where we would want in terms of having a very clear strategic objective. However, I think it's done a really good job of putting in place the sort of things that we need to be able to compete effectively with China over the 21st century. So, investing at home, CHIPS and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law, all of the investment in R&D, I think all of these things are essential for us to be able to compete. You mentioned the controls. I mean, there's export controls, but there's also rethinking our supply chains, right? There's the friendshoring and the reshoring, and there's the new outbound investment restrictions. So really trying to modernize our foreign policy tools in ways, again, that will protect us, in fact, from Chinese actions. But wait, and I think critically, repairing relations with our allies, particularly in Europe, and bolstering our ties, because trying to deal with China alone will get us nowhere, right? Whether we're talking about those technology controls or we're talking about competing with the Belt and Road or whatever it is, we have to do these things in concert with our partners and our allies. And I think that's been a real strength of the Biden administration's efforts.
So can I, again, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but it does strike me that between Trump and Biden, one remarkable thing has happened. Probably a very good thing, I think. And that is that although we're polarized in all kinds of ways, and you could tell from the debate stage that Trump and Biden could barely be in the same room together, even if it was a very big room, all of that. The notion that China is a danger and must be dealt with, details to follow, is now bipartisan. That's an amazing thing in the polarized state in which we find ourselves, no?
Yes, but devil is in the details, right?
All right.
So,
The details,
yes,
well, yes,
details matter
details
here,
matter
but
to
yes,
you, of
yes,
course. You're
yes,
the all right.
yes.
Okay, so to Taiwan then. Neil Ferguson again. Cutting China off from high-end chips today seems a lot like cutting Japan off from oil in 1941. Economic sanctions so boxed in the imperial government of Japan that there seemed no better option than to gamble on a surprise attack, close quote. Okay, you're not going to go for that? The question here is sovereignty. You've already explained that Xi Jinping is very concerned about reasserting his notion of Chinese sovereignty. Is there now an economic, at how much risk is Taiwan today?
Look, from the minute that Xi Jinping came into power, he talked about the necessity of reunifying with Taiwan. He's talked about Taiwan as one of the 14 must-do items to achieve his great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. This is not about the technologies. This is, about a belief that Taiwan is an integral part of mainland China. So how great a risk is Taiwan at? Is serious risk. Because I don't think that Xi Jinping will be satisfied ever leaving office without having made substantial progress toward reunification. Now, that doesn't mean that he necessarily is going to launch an invasion. We have the Taiwanese elections coming up in January 2024, so just in a few months. So we need to look at what the outcome is there. I think what Xi Jinping is probably hoping for is that somebody from the KMT, from the previous ruling party, the one that has more affinity, has more openness to some form of closer ties with mainland, some of whom actually believe that reunification ultimately should be an objective, that if one of those candidates, of which there are 3, wins, then you probably get the temperature taken down a little bit, right? I think Xi Jinping would be interested to see how does it play out. Do you get another Ma Ying-jeou who's willing to think about increasing economic ties, who's willing to go back to the 92 consensus, which acknowledges, which claims that Taiwan is part of China. There is but one China and Taiwan is part of it. So do you get that, or do you get William Lai, right, who says there's no need for Taiwan to declare independence because it's already a sovereign country. It's already independent, so no need to declare it again. And has been in the past a firebrand. He's taken the temperature down himself a little bit, but that will send a different signal to the mainland.
Okay, so our interests, we have, there's an argument. Elbridge Colby back in Washington has a book out, and he's been making this argument. Maybe he's the leading or the most articulate proponent of this argument, that the defense of Taiwan is in our interests. He even goes so far as to say whether the Taiwanese want to defend themselves or not. That's one argument. Here's another argument. The Biden administration has passed the CHIPS Act to establish manufacturing of very modern chips here in this country, many billions of dollars at stake. You will know more. Again, let's just stipulate, I'll say it for the last time, you know more than I do. But in talking to people here in Silicon Valley, the general feeling seems to be that we're about 5 years out of the game. That it will take 5 years of spending this money and hiring the best people and getting fab plants up and operating for us to either close the gap substantially with what's taking place in Taiwan, or a couple of knowledgeable people have told me that actually it's time for us to just leapfrog them to go to next generation. One way or the other, 5 years, single-digit number of years. And here's presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, quote, "I would defend Taiwan vigorously until the US achieves semiconductor independence," close quote. Well, those are two different views. Can I add one other point? Back to Jimmy Lai. As far as I can tell, Jimmy Lai and Martin Lee, if I recall the name, are really the only two prominent members of the Hong Kong business community who defied the mainland. The Hong Kong business community, by and large, once it was clear that Xi Jinping was going to move on Hong Kong, said, well, okay, let's figure out how to live with these people. Why wouldn't the Taiwanese do the same? What importance does that island have to us if indeed we can achieve semiconductor independence within a single-digit number of years?
Look, going back to 1979 and the Taiwan Relations Act, right? We have a commitment, right? A law. We have a commitment to provide Taiwan with material that is adequate for its defense. Also in the Taiwan Relations Act is stipulated that the United States retains the capacity to help defend. It doesn't commit us to defending Taiwan, but that's also in there. This is well before there was any consideration of semiconductors.
Right.
Right? There was no technology element to any of this. It was based on security calculation at the time. It wasn't even based on a democracy calculation because Taiwan at the time was not a democracy, right? So it was based on security calculation and anti-communist calculation.
Right.
That holds true today. And now I think there's an added, I think you talk with members of Congress, Taiwan is a thriving democracy, right? And a very strong partner for the United States. So to me, the semiconductor issue is an icing on the cake from this. We have a long-standing commitment, again, bipartisan commitment to uphold Taiwan's
But what is the
relative
security
sovereignty.
calculation? Aside from the semiconductors,
Well,
what is the
I mean,
security calculation?
Security calculation is that
It goes unstated, assumed so often, but let's state it.
It positions China that much, closer to the United States. That whole first island chain, second island chain, then becomes much more in China's control. So there's no benefit to us, right, for China to assume control of Taiwan. Now, having said that, it is up to the Taiwanese people to decide, right? That is also, that's part of the sort of agreement that we have with China. If the Taiwanese people decided that they wanted to have unification with the mainland, based on our own agreements, we would allow that to take place, whether Elbridge Colby thinks so or not.
So you want to stand on the 1979 arrangement?
It's a law.
Well, laws can be rewritten.
Yeah, it can be, but it is the law.
Dan Blumenthal and Fred Kagan in an op-ed this past March. China is pursuing 3 roads to unification. It seeks to persuade the Taiwanese people to accept unification peacefully. It seeks to coerce such acceptance through means short of war, and it is preparing direct military action. The US must block all 3. How are we doing?
I mean, I don't know that we block all 3. I think the Chinese themselves are doing a terrible job of persuading the Taiwanese. I mean, they've basically cut off a lot of the trade. They've gone after Taiwan's allies and partners, bought them off. They reduced the tourists. They've made everything very difficult. They've had 200 sorties, Air Force sorties into the Taiwan Air Defense, the ADIS. I just lost the terminology for it, but into Taiwan's airspace just in September.
Sorry, 200 sorties last month alone?
Correct. So there's no persuading the Taiwanese that it's sort of a soft power persuasion at this point in time. In terms of coercion, similarly, it's clearly not working. You can look at public opinion polls in Taiwan. There has not been a major spike in the number of people that view unification with the mainland as ultimately their positive kind of outcome for the future of the island. And the rest of it is to defend Taiwan, right? To protect Taiwan. That's the part where the United States would actually play a role. And I think the Biden administration has this as a major focus of effort, both in terms of working with training with the Taiwanese military, encouraging the Taiwanese military to invest more, encouraging the Taiwanese government to invest more in its own military. I think we've also sought to broaden the number of countries, to enhance the number of countries that view Taiwan's security as essential to their own security. So you see Japan stepping up in a very new and different way to make exactly that claim and to send a new defense attaché to Taiwan. So Australia also has said that it considers Taiwan's security to be related to its own security. So, and you have Europe becoming much more involved in the Indo-Pacific, not necessarily with claims to Taiwan's security, but nonetheless, at least a commitment to free and open Indo-Pacific. So all of these raise the cost, right? They raise the cost for China of launching some kind of military action.
So we're doing pretty well.
That
It's intelligent.
Yeah.
There are good people hard at work on all this. All right, so a few last questions before we close. And all these questions are about this country. February 2022, Russia attacks Ukraine. Last Saturday, Hamas attacked Israel. On one argument, the Chinese are watching both, and in our own interest, we must ensure that Ukraine and Israel prevail. The defense of Taiwan and the entire international order runs through Ukraine and now through the Middle East. That's one argument. Here's the second. American forces are designed to sustain major operations on two fronts: the Pacific, Ukraine. Israel makes three. It may all be happening in slow motion, but the United States of America is already overstretched.
I mean, I think that's probably true. The United States is overstretched. And we can only do the best that we can do. We are heavily committed in Ukraine. That probably has already slowed down some of the military transfers that we might want to be making to Taiwan. The role that we play right now in Israel will certainly be shaped or constrained to some extent by what we're already committed to in Ukraine. I don't know, but I think that's also where our allies and partners are going to have to step up. And Europe has stepped up more in Ukraine. They've pledged more, but it can't all be dependent entirely on the United States, right? This has to be a multilateral effort.
So you just returned a week ago, as you said, from a couple of years in Washington. What did you make of Washington? Did it seem like a world capital that's up to it? Or did it seem so polarized? By the way, I think I'll do the stipulating so you don't have to make the argument. The person you were working for, Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo, is one of the few people in the Biden administration who gets very high marks on both sides of the aisle. So I'll stipulate that so you don't have to stick up for your boss. But what did you make of the capital, of the tenor, of the tone, of its general ability to get important things done?
I found, such an interesting question. I think I found people in Washington overall to be very committed to doing the right thing. There can be debates about exactly how to go about doing that, political battles about it, but for the most part, whether we're talking about the federal government or Congress, people want to do the right thing by the United States. I think one of the most heartening things I found was, and sitting in the Department of Commerce, is that a lot of our strategy for the Indo-Pacific in particular involved calling on the private sector to work in partnership with the government. And I can tell you that, 201, American companies, big major, multinationals would stand up and say, just tell us what you need us to do and we will be there. You need us to do something in Africa, okay, we'll be there. You need us to provide, digital upskilling opportunities, to all the emerging economies of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. 14 companies signed up to do that, right? Huge initiative. You need us to adhere to your export controls. Just give us clarity and consistency, and we'll do it. So I actually left Washington, if I had one, like the most positive takeaway really was witnessing that kind of patriotism and the ability of the United States once again to bring the private sector, in and to work hand in hand to realize sort of broader U.S. strategic objectives. And I'll say, I think there were people in the Biden administration that did not believe that that would happen, that did not look at U.S. business as patriotic actors. And so I was really, proud and pleased to be part of efforts that actually brought that to fruition.
Last question. We've been talking so far about mostly economic and military matters. Question of morale is what I'd like to get at in this last question. So let me give you an episode from our own recent history and then a quotation. Here's the episode. It's a decade. In 1979, we suffer the humiliation of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. And by 1989, we've so reversed Cold War dynamics that the Berlin Wall comes down. In one decade, this country undergoes a renewal so sweeping that it spills over and changes world history. There's one episode. Here's the quotation, and this comes from The Economist. This is a couple of years ago. I don't think the Economist could run the sentence today, and it would seem pertinent. China is increasingly sure that America is in long-term, irreversible decline. China is now applying calculated doses of pain to shock Westerners into realizing that the old American-led order is ending, close quote. What do you make of this country? Is it capable of the kind of renewal that it needs, or is the old order vanishing?
I think we're already in the process of renewal. I mean, I think that's what I was trying to describe in terms of the Biden administration efforts to rebuild America, reinvest at home, put money back into R&D, partner with the business sector, have our allies on board. I think all of these reflect American dynamism and renewal. And I will point out that I'm not sure when you got that quotation.
2021 is the Economist.
2021.
Right.
So I would say in the past few years, right, we've seen a big change in China. You don't see Xi Jinping and other members of the Chinese elite saying as much, the East is rising, the West is declining, right? Their economy is having trouble. Multinationals are not investing in the same way as they were in China. Again, they're politically polarized. They face a lot of challenges. Their Belt and Road is very bumpy, right? So they're facing a lot of their own challenges. So I think some of that hubris, some of that certainty about the decline of the West and the rise of China has been tempered.
You're supposed to be a jaded, world-weary scholar.
Never.
You'd bet on this. You'd bet on this country.
I bet on America.
Elizabeth Economy, thank you.
Thanks.
For Uncommon Knowledge, the Hoover Institution, I'm Peter Robinson. Now you may applaud. She was sensational, don't you think? That was just terrific. So if I've timed it right, we have some time for questions. Did I time it right? Excellent. Are there mics, or how will this work? Oh, great, okay. There are 4 people with microphones. Does anyone have a question? And if not, why not? Here's a question.
So I feel a little bit bad asking about a competing book because I think it came out around the same time yours did, and I didn't know about yours, so I read this other one called Overreach, which I assume
Susan's
you're
book.
familiar with.
You can make it right by paying full retail for The World According to China.
Grace.
Yes, I'll go on the website.
I blurbed Susan's book, so.
Okay, well, so my question is sort of generally, what did you think of her analysis of sort of the history of China and how it operates and kind of the black box? And the second question is, what do you think of her prescription, which is kind of oversimplifying, but broadly, it's kind of like, well, just continue to let the world see what that black box, and in particular Xi, does, and the world and the region will get tired of it and, we'll be okay. That's a little bit oversimplifying it, but what are your thoughts on those two things?
I mean, so my book came out ahead of Susan's book, and like I said, I blurbed it. I think it's a terrific book. And I agree. I mean, the overreach, really, the title reflects an argument that Xi Jinping is sort of sowing the seeds of his own, or China's own destruction. It's a little too strong a word, by overreaching both at home and abroad. And I largely agree with that. And I think, in fact, in my book, which you should buy and read, I make the case that that Xi Jinping's coercive approach and what he's doing in the Belt and Road, that actually you're seeing all the protests and there's a backlash against China emerging. Maybe where I would differ from Susan is I don't think we can sort of sit back and say Xi Jinping is going to shoot himself in the foot enough that we don't need to do anything. I think we actively need to compete, and we actively should showcase what they're doing that is bad. But actually, one of the mistakes maybe early on in the Trump administration in dealing with emerging and middle income economies and the Belt and Road Initiative was trying to tell those countries that they don't appreciate what's bad about the Belt and Road, right? It's sort of taking away their agency. So I agree that we need to recognize that countries recognize what their own interests are. Where we've fallen short and where we're trying to do better, and I don't think we're there, is offering alternatives to what China is providing. I think that's the next step, and we have a lot more to do there. But broadly, I agree with her argument.
I feel as though way up in the back there's a question. There we go.
First, just a true pleasure to go about watching a live filming of Uncommon Knowledge, so thank you. And I'm curious just to expand a little further on that last question. What ideas for alternatives do you think America should be proposing to some of these countries as alternatives to Belt and Road? Thank you.
I mean, I think it's not difficult to conceptualize what we should be proposing. It's difficult to do it. And by that I mean it's about providing the kind of infrastructure investment that they desperately need, but doing it in ways that reflect sort of American and Western values, whether those are, on sustainability or inclusion, or just ensuring that we're doing transparent bidding and we're accounting for environmental externalities and fair labor practices and all of those things. Are we competing in that way? Are we providing the same kind of capacity building that China is doing? We used to do a lot of that, right? We used to do a lot of democratic capacity building in countries. Now China's doing capacity building for authoritarian purposes. So I think there's, are we going to be investing in ports? China's, bought up or has taken majority stakes in something like 95 ports across the world. Where are we in all of this? So I think, we need to offer sort of a positive and proactive, competitive strategy and approach. The question is, where's the money, right? And so there we go to Japan and we go to our allies and partners, and the Europeans have their project and we have ours. And all told, could we be competitive? Maybe, but it's not well integrated. And we started with Build Back Better World, we're now with PGII, but where's the real money behind it? So I think it's not hard to think about what we need to do. I think it's almost easy to see what we need to do. It's getting the resources and the funding to actually move forward on it.
Right here in the middle. Oh, you're number 2. If there's someone behind you, you can't see.
Thanks. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on the appropriate nature of engagement with China at the moment. In the last 6 months, we've seen a little bit of a parade of visitors from senior government officials to China, Yellen, Blinken, Kerry, Raimondo, with really relatively few benefits coming from those meetings, and with relatively few Chinese coming to America in a senior capacity to meet with us. I'm just curious, is that the right way we should be engaging with China, and do you see that that is a productive exercise that we're engaging in at the moment?
Sure. So I was intimately involved in the strategy for the Commerce Secretary's trip to China and went with her. And let me say this. First of all, we met with the Minister of Commerce. He came here to the United States first, so this was a return visit for us to China. We'd also met with the Minister of Ecology and Environment previously. So our return visit was on the back of already having had 2 meetings with Chinese senior officials in Washington. In terms of what we have gotten out of these meetings, I think from our perspective, well, one thing we got was, designation of the United States for group tourism. Sounds kind of small, but it's worth $30 billion to the U.S. economy. So it's not insignificant. We got the Chinese to pledge to work on trade secrets, right? We've reestablished a commercial issues working group. I will say that the Chinese were incredibly forthcoming in our meetings. They provided us with all of the issues that they wanted to discuss ahead of time. So we knew exactly what they were going to raise from the premier on down. We got all the meetings that we asked for. They are in a moment where they are desperately seeking U.S. investment. And so that makes them slightly more willing to do business. Now, that's, I think one thing I'd point out, I'm talking just about the commercial space, is you really have a divide within the Chinese government now between the security side of things and the economic side of things. And so the ride will not be smooth moving forward. I think it's important to engage. I think, again, if we're not talking, the opportunities for misunderstanding, for miscalculation increase tenfold. So at the very least, we should be talking, whether we're going there or they're coming here, and they are going to come here. It's likely, I think at this point, that Xi Jinping is going to come for APEC. So I don't see the harm in the fact that we sent multiple people, but I agree with you that we want to have results from those trips, not just go talk for talking's sake. So I feel good about where we ended. We had a major American company reach out to us after we returned 2 days later to say that they had been having all sorts of problems with the Chinese, talking about closing down their operation, and after the Secretary's trip, they said, no, you can keep it open. So I'm optimistic looking ahead that we're dealing with, at least in the econ side, a group of officials that actually want to make some progress. That's not to say that we're not going to take a lot of hits on the security side still.
You reached an agreement worth $30 billion. Did you at least get a little bonus?
The government salary.
Government paycheck.
It's just so much.
Take it up with Eric Wakin. He just gave me he did one of these. It couldn't have been cruder. He just went like this. Thank you very much to Elizabeth Economy.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much, Liz. We're going to take a 15-minute break before we return for Peter Berkowitz to talk about the current crisis in Israel. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be some early signs that they're, yeah. Really? Just so you told where do we need a port so we can have it native? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. That was great, panel. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are ready to begin.
Okay, folks, if we could sit down. I did have one request to make the volume slightly louder. I have two requests, actually. I have no idea how that works, but to my colleagues back there. Welcome back. It's my honor and my privilege to introduce Peter Berkowitz, a scholar and senior fellow at the Hoover Institution. Peter has written broadly and deeply on constitutional government, political philosophy, and international law, among many other subjects. In a previous moment, he served as the director of the State Department's policy planning staff, which is a source for independent policy analysis and advice for the Secretary of State. As I said, there are bios on the website. You can look up Peter's and everyone else's, but I do want to point out that among his many publications are two of his most recent books. One is titled Constitutional Conservatism, and the other is Israel and the Struggle Over the International Laws of War. They're always relevant books, but they may both be particularly relevant now. With that, please give a warm Hoover welcome to Peter Berkowitz.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric. It's good to be back at headquarters here from Washington, D.C., inside the belly of the beast. I wanted to mention that my first job directly out of college was teaching tennis on a kibbutz. The kibbutz happened to be located on the northeast corner of the Gaza Strip. Could we, if I press this button, can we get a, yes, so you can see this map, see the Gaza Strip on the left, on the Mediterranean. The kibbutz was located on the northeast corner. I was a tennis coach, and during my time there, I had many adventures. One of the highlights was being more or less adopted by a family on the kibbutz. Last Saturday, October 7th, late in the day, I managed to make contact with the matriarch of the family, Betty. She spoke in calm and matter-of-fact tones, and she explained that there were no deaths and no injuries on her kibbutz. Very unusual in what's called Otef Aza, the Gaza envelope along the border with Israel. And why is that? Whereas in other kibbutzes, fully 10% of the population been gunned down. Because at 6:30 in the morning, a young woman, 25-year-old, Inbar Lieberman, who has since become world famous because her story went viral after it was posted on Facebook. This young woman, 25 years old, was the security coordinator for Kibbutz Niram. And at 6:30 in the morning, she heard unfamiliar explosions. There are lots of explosions, rockets being launched in her neighborhood, but she heard unfamiliar explosions. She was awakened. She immediately awakened the other 10 or 11 members of the security unit, the internal security unit of Kibbutz Niram. They raced to the arsenal. They all grabbed their machine guns. They took up their positions on the perimeter of Niram, and they shot and killed 20 jihadists, terrorists, who were attempting to penetrate the kibbutz and kill them in their beds. There are many such stories of valor and heroism. I'll say something more about that, but I want to back up. On the morning of October 7th, about 1,000 Hamas jihadists swept into Israel with no other aim than to kill civilians. The jihadists massacred young people at a music festival. They gunned down whole families at point blank in their homes. They beheaded babies. They raped women. They took more than 150 hostages. 5 or 10 of them we think are Americans. The hostages include children and the elderly. The jihadists desecrated corpses and more. In Israel now, as they bury their dead, and they gird their loins for a long war, months perhaps, Israelis oscillate between shock, heartbreak, and rage Many believe that things will never be the same in their nation again. This afternoon, in the short amount of time we have together, I want to first provide an overview of events as they've unfolded since October 7th, last Saturday, Shabbat, which was also Sukkot, 8th day of Sukkot, which is, in accordance with Jewish tradition, supposed to be the most joyful day of the year. After an overview of the events, I want to say something about the strategic picture in Israel. I'm going to talk about strategic picture on October 6th and the strategic picture as it came into focus on October 8th. I'm reminded of an article that appeared in the Wall Street Journal in the days or weeks following the September 11th attacks in the United States. And the article was called September 10th and September 11th Americans. The argument was that some Americans were profoundly transformed by the event and thought the world had, for the United States, had changed in fundamental ways. There are many Israelis who think that way today. So after looking at the strategic picture on October 6th and October 8th, I then want to identify a few critical ideas that we should keep in mind as we watch the war unfold. And then finally, with Secretary Pompeo's admonition still ringing in my ears, don't tell me I need options, give me options. I will present a few options for consideration by today's policymakers. Okay, the attack began around 6:30 a.m. by air, paragliders and gliders. By land, the jihadists knocked down the security barrier, the electronic fence in some places, concrete barrier. They used bulldozers, they raced in. They attempted also to raid Israel by sea. Fortunately, the Israeli Navy shot all those jihadists out of the water. First thing the jihadists did was head for the local military command unit in the Negev. And their main mission was not to kill soldiers, but to cut off communications, the better to enable them to focus on their task, which was to kill civilians. As you know from reading the newspapers, they found a music fest, an all-night music fest, where young people were still singing and dancing. They mowed them down in cold blood, the terrorists did. 260 young people were slaughtered there. As I mentioned, some babies were beheaded, some were ripped from their beds to be taken as hostages. Whole families were executed. And as I already said, women were raped, corpse is desecrated. Israel's military response was slow in coming. But once it came, the Israeli Defense Forces acted with great bravery. In the first 48 hours, they had to go house to house, moshav to moshav, kibbutz to kibbutz, clearing out one house at a time, because some Israelis were still captured in their houses, held at gunpoint. In other cases, terrorists were hiding in houses, in one case in a police station. The long work of securing the southern border is only now being completed. At the same time, Tzahal, the Israeli Defense Forces, have launched wave after wave of airstrikes in and around Gaza City. Why is the Israeli Air Force dropping bombs on Gaza City? Is it not unlawful to drop bombs on civilian populations? Answer is yes, but with a qualification. If a fighting force locates its offices, its armaments, and its operations within civilian areas, those who are defending themselves are permitted under the laws of war to take the steps that are necessary to bring the threat to an end. I'll come back to this, but it seems to me that all the deaths and all the injuries that come to non-combatant Palestinians as a result of Israeli efforts to attack Hamas headquarters, Hamas factories, Hamas launch sites, all of which are located inside cities. All those deaths, all those casualties are as a legal matter and as a moral matter on the heads of the jihadists. Around, by Wednesday, a significant supply of munitions and heavy armaments had arrived from the United States to support Israel. Also, a full carrier strike group had arrived in the eastern Mediterranean, along with an increased number of fighter aircraft that we've positioned in the region. Israel fairly quickly imposed a blockade on the Gaza Strip. You can see Israel actually controls most of the entrances and exits from Gaza, but not all of them. One of Gaza's borders on the southwest is actually with Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. The Egyptians control that border. Nevertheless, Israel, on the borders that it controls and through the sea, has imposed a blockade. Fuel, electricity, and food are not getting through. Israel has established a condition. What is Israel's condition? Release the hostages. Hamas says it will not release the hostages. There are 2.3 million people who live in the Gaza Strip. The Hamas fighters are willing to allow those 2.3 million people to go without food, to go without water, to go without electricity, rather than release 150 or so innocent civilians. Again, I repeat, among them, a number of Americans. Israelis, as I've already said, have been reeling. They oscillate between shock and fear, heartbreak, which is a word you often hear, and rage. Remember how small Israel is. The country up there is about the size, geographically about the size of New Jersey. It's got a population of approximately 9.2 million people. Of those 9.2 million people, approximately 20% of the population, fully 20% of the population, are Arab citizens. There was indeed a catastrophic failure of intelligence. There was also a catastrophic operational failure. I can say more about that if you're interested in questions. But most Israelis now are focusing on the way forward, burying their dead and defending their country. President Biden on Tuesday, gave an important speech. He pledged unequivocal U.S. support for Israel. He said that the United States has the Israelis back, and although he did not mention Iran, I will mention Iran a little bit later, he made an implicit threat that if any other nation or entity gets involved in the fighting, they would have to deal with the United States. This warning, I'll say something about it, has to be seen against the backdrop of the Biden administration efforts to woo Iran back to a deal over its nuclear program, and not least the $6 billion that President Biden agreed to provide Iran just a few weeks ago. $6 billion plus 5 Iranians that the United States has been holding because they violated our sanction laws in exchange for 5 Americans wrongfully held by the Iranians. Okay. Events so far. What did things look like to Israel on Friday, October 6th? The southern front, Gaza, and the northern front, you can see on the map, Lebanon. The little part of Lebanon you see, southern Lebanon, is home to Hezbollah, and Hezbollah possesses somewhere between 100,000 and 150,000 rockets and missiles, Only maybe 2,000 or 3,000 of those projectiles are missiles, but those missiles are real missiles, intermediate range missiles which can reach every site in Israel. And unlike a rocket, which at the end of the day is like a big bullet, it has to land on you to do damage, a missile has an exploding warhead. When it hits, a big explosion occurs and it sets things on fire. Those missiles can do grave damage to Israeli cities and bases. In any case, those fronts had been relatively quiet. Indeed, for several years now, thousands of Gazans have had permission to enter Israel every day to work in Israel. In the morning, they pass through crossings, they earn a living, they bring back more money they would have made in the Gaza Strip. They return in the evening. This gave the Israelis the impression, in the highest ranks of the political echelon at least, and apparently in the intelligence echelon as well, that the Hamas rulers of the Gaza Strip were more interested in the economic well-being of their citizens than they were in destroying Israel. That was a mistaken impression. We also, the strategic picture in Israel on October 6th also includes the terrible internal divisions within Israel. If I were giving a talk on Israel last week, I would be talking about the 9-month controversy over judicial reform in Israel. We won't talk about the particulars of that, only to say that it was ripping Israeli society apart. We know that Hassan Nasrallah, head of Hezbollah, did I mention that Hezbollah is a wholly owned subsidiary of Iran? Hassan Nasrallah, leader of Hezbollah, was paying close attention to the internal divisions. Another aspect of the strategic picture on October 6th was the Saudi deal. Despite harshly denouncing Saudi Arabia during the campaign, and pursuing Saudi's rival, we'll say, in the Gulf, Iran, in the last 6 weeks or so, President Biden and his team seem to have been aggressively pursuing a deal by which Saudi Arabia would normalize relations with Israel. In exchange for that, the Saudis have demanded from the United States 3 rather large items. Significant new sophisticated weapons, probably including F-35s, a civil nuclear program, which is not all that difficult to turn into a military nuclear program, and formal security guarantees. Iran cannot have liked that. Indeed, Iran is in the background of all of this because where does financing from Hamas come from? Answer, Iran. Where does financing for Hezbollah come from? Answer, Iran. Where does financing for Bashar al-Assad, the butcher of Damascus in Syria, where does his financing come from? Iran. Where does unrest in Yemen come from? Iran. So Iran is behind much of the instability in the Middle East. And this is an important part of the strategic picture as of October 6th. When the Trump administration left office in January of 2021, Iran had $6 billion in accessible cash reserves. And it was earning about $8 billion a year in oil revenues. Despite what National Security Council spokesman John Kirby has said about the toughness of the Biden administration, whereas in 2021 the Iranians had $6 billion in accessible cash reserves, today they have $40 billion in accessible cash reserves. Whereas they were earning about $8 billion a year under Mike Pompeo's maximum pressure campaign, over the last 3 years they've been averaging about $30 to $35 billion a year. The Iranians have been empowered because we have relaxed the Pompeo maximum pressure campaign. What does Iran do with that money? As I just said, it flows into the hands of Hezbollah, Bashar al-Assad, the radicals in Yemen, and not least Hamas. All right. How do things look to the Israelis on October 8th? Well, that last point about Iran remains a focus for them. They know who funds Hamas. The Israelis have to fight a major war now in the light of a huge intelligence failure, huge blunder, but that has to be forgotten by now. When the war ends, large investigation will take place. And I should have mentioned an operations failure as well. It's incredible that the Israelis, with their sophistication, their technology, do not have monitors such that as bulldozers approach the national security barrier, alarms didn't immediately go off and attack helicopters, were not immediately mobilized to attack the bulldozers and to attack the terrorists who were running riot now in Israel. There will be a reckoning. On October 7th, Prime Minister Netanyahu made two very important statements. One at about 10:30 or 11:30 in the morning, Israel time, and then was filmed and shown on TV, and then to the nation after dark. And he made this point: Israel is now at war. You say, of course Israel's at war. But this is not the first round of military conflict between Israel and Hamas. Some of you with long memories will recall that since Hamas seized, in a bloody coup, control of the Gaza Strip in 2007, there have been at least 4 military campaigns. In December 2008 to January 2009, Mifta Ofer Chitzukah, Operation Cast Lead, a 3-week invasion. Its purpose was to prevent Hamas from shooting missiles, rockets and missiles at Israel. 2012, another mission, ground operation into Gaza Strip to stop the firing of rockets. Another ground operation in 2014, and then another operation a couple years ago in 2021. All of those missions, and they're called operations, Mifta in Hebrew, their purpose was always to suppress rocket fire, but otherwise not disturb the status quo. What is the significance of declaring war? The significance is the war aim. What is Netanyahu's war aim? It has been reaffirmed by his Minister of Defense, and I believe the vast majority of Israelis, right, center, and left, are behind the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense on this one. The mission is to destroy Hamas as a fighting force and eliminate its leaders. Very straightforward. As Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant said, use all of Israel's power to change the face of Gaza looking forward 50 years. Now, of course, the paradox of Israel's situation is that Israel has the firepower to bring about the destruction of Hamas in a day or two. But Israel can't use that firepower because, like the United States Army, the Israeli army is schooled on the international laws of war, and the Israeli army takes very seriously the principle of distinction and the principle of proportionality. Principle of distinction says you may only attack military fighters and military people and military installations. Principle of proportionality, simply put, says that you may use no more force than is necessary to overcome the military threat. That prevents Israel from using all the firepower it could. Israel also now faces, I want to emphasize, the possibility of a multidimensional, multi-theater fight. Not only on the Gaza Strip, but in the area you can see an outline on the map. The West Bank, Israelis call it Judea and Samaria. This area is home to about 3 million Palestinians. Hamas is very well supported there. Iranian money flows in there. If Hamas in the West Bank decides to rise up, that would present a second front. I've already mentioned Hezbollah. That's a third possible front. Just today, the Israeli Air Force bombed the runways at Syria's 2 main airports because they had good intelligence that a shipment of anti-tank missiles and rockets was on its way for transport from Syria to Hezbollah in the north. So Israel faces the possibility of rocket fire and missile fire from Lebanon, from Syria, to the north of Israel, just above the Golan Heights, above the Sea of Galilee, from its own West Bank, from Gaza, and from the West Bank. And who knows of the 20% of Israel who are Arab citizens. Okay. As Israel pursues its mission, its military mission, its war aims, which are destroying Hamas's ability to wage war and eliminate the military leadership, I think there are 3 large considerations we should keep in mind. First, the real cause of this war. People speculate, was it that Israel was divided and that Hamas saw a particularly good opportunity attack? A factor. Was it the Saudi deal? Probably a factor. Was it Iran trying to further assert its hegemony in the region? Perhaps a factor. But the real cause of this war is Hamas's jihad against Israel. In 1976, see how this works? There we go. In 1976, the distinguished student of Near Eastern Affairs, Bernard Lewis, wrote an article. It appeared in Commentary. The article was called "The Return of Islam." Everybody, my friend here knows this article. Everybody laughed. Bernard Lewis, 2 years, by the way, before the Iranian Revolution. Lewis began his article saying that Middle East politics is particularly difficult for Americans to follow. Why? Because America is an increasingly secular society, and we Americans, but especially our political scientists, have a bad habit, and our policymakers, and our career Foreign Service officers, we Americans have a bad habit of projecting our sensibility onto other peoples and other nations. And as religion generally has receded as a living force in people's lives in the United States, we find it hard to imagine that religion is a living force in the lives of other people. But this great student of Middle East politics wrote to remind us, Islam has always been a major force. It has something to do with the kind of religion Islam is, based upon a divine law, which purports to regulate all aspects of life, including political life. And Lewis argued that to appreciate developments and emerging threats in the Middle East, we need to pay more attention to Islam. Well, I've got up here a few passages from Hamas's 1988 Covenant of the Islamic Resistance. Israel exists and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. The Islamic resistance movement is a distinguished Palestinian movement whose allegiance is to Allah and whose way of life is Islam. It strives to raise the banner of Allah over every inch of Palestine. For under the wing of Islam, followers of all religions can coexist in security and safety where their lives, possessions, and rights are concerned. 2 points. I have more passages, but I'm going to stop there because time is short. 1, what the two selections from the Charter suggest, and you can find this online, I urge you to read it all, is that Hamas is not fighting for better conditions in the Gaza Strip. They control the Gaza Strip. At any time they want, they could have improved the economic conditions. They are fighting to conquer the land of Israel. And as for this promise that under the wing of Islam, followers of all religions can coexist in security and safety, well, there is no place where jihadists have raised the flag, the banner of Islam, in which Jews, Christians, or any other religious minority has been allowed to live in peace and security. So if you want to understand the real cause, we should pay attention to what Hamas says is the real cause, and we will understand better their determination to sacrifice generation after generation of Palestinians in order to destroy Jews in Israel and conquer the land of Israel. A second point. There have been various articles published this week which identified this act by Hamas or that act by Hamas as the commission of a war crime. All these articles are correct, but this way of approaching the matter is highly misleading. That act's a war crime, that act's a war crime. Every single action undertaken by Hamas is a war crime. Because of the there's hardly a principle more fundamental to the international laws of war, the laws of armed conflict, than that you may not target civilians. But as I said at the beginning, the very raison d'etre of this operation by Hamas, the butchery, the savagery, the massacres, the rape, the beheading, is to terrorize civilians. Every aspect of it is a war crime. In fact, they pile up so much that it seems pretty clear that Hamas is guilty of the special crimes against humanity. And as I've mentioned as well, that Hamas positions its headquarters in civilian areas. Not least, its principal headquarters, is located within and under the Gaza Strip's main hospital. That's a war crime. And if Israelis have to raid that hospital and children die, every one of those deaths is on Hamas's head. A final consideration to keep in mind. It seems to me that the United States has vital national security interests for Israel, as President Biden told Prime Minister Netanyahu, to defeat Hamas swiftly, decisively, and overwhelmingly. That was the message from President Biden to Prime Minister Netanyahu. How does this advance America's interests? Well, it would deal a major blow to Iran's quest to establish hegemony, that is an Islamic theocracy throughout the Middle East. It would encourage the Saudis to expand cooperation with Israel and the United States. And with the Chinese Communist Party closely monitoring events, it would advance the interests of freedom and democracy in the region and show that at a moment of great danger, the United States stands with friends and partners. What more can the United States do, or what might it do in the short run? Here are just a few options. We could freeze, again, the $6 billion that we unfroze a few weeks ago, ransom payments to Iran. we could return to Mike Pompeo's maximum pressure campaign, which, by the way, was always designed to lead to negotiations. It's true, Mike Pompeo had the hopelessly old-fashioned view that the United States should negotiate from a position of strength and not from a position of weakness. We should work with Israel, other governments, and the international organizations to enable non-combatant Gazans to evacuate Gaza City and other Hamas strongholds in advance of what is likely to be a long and ugly Israeli ground campaign. And finally, for now, given that 22 Americans were killed by Hamas and that several others are held hostage, the President might consider directing U.S. forces to strike Hamas targets. This morning also, I should add that the Wall Street Journal suggested that the United States should help Iran understand that failure to stay on the sidelines at this point, that includes its proxies around the region, failure to stay on the sidelines would put its military sites, nuclear program, and oil fields, which fund its funding of terror around the Middle East, squarely in U.S. military sites. I conclude. On Tuesday, in his speech to the nation, President Biden pledged unequivocal U.S. support for Israel. That support, I believe, is both just and necessary. It's just because Israel's cause is just, and it's necessary because America's interests are advanced by Israel's achieving a crushing victory over the savage Hamas jihadists and their nefarious Iranian paymasters. I'd be delighted to field a question or two. Thank you. Please.
I've been following. My name is Asha Jadeja. I'm a local person here. I've been following what's been going on in Israel for some time because there are so many parallels that are now emerging even in India with Jamaat-e-Islami and Tablighi Jamaat. And what I just cannot fathom is the affinity between the American left academia and Islamists. What is going on there? What about terror groups? What is it okay about them that in academia you have this level of support for Islamists? What's going on there? Why? I mean, what's your sense there?
Had I spoken today about conservatism, free speech, and liberal education, I also would have touched on this difficult question. What does Hezbollah call itself? The resistance. What are they resisting? The West, colonialism, the United States of America. What, in their view, is the principal source of instability in the region? Not Iran, the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world, but the United States' pernicious influence. What drives so many figures in the American Academy? The idea that the greatest worldwide threat to peace and stability and justice is the United States of America with its rapacious capitalism, its pollution of the environment, its traditionalism, and so on, its belief in fundamental rights and formal constitutional government. So when they see groups supposedly fighting against colonialism and imperialism, supposedly decolonization. There was a tweet by a professor on the East Coast who, a short time after the massacres had begun in southern Israel, wrote, "What did you think decolonization looks like?" In other words, for the sins committed by the United States, and in the region, you know, the United States is regarded by the Iranians as the big Satan, and Israel is regarded as the little Satan. You know who else used that language? Noam Chomsky, a longtime radical and actually a serious scholar of linguistics, a longtime radical who had a position at MIT. So it's that convergence of some voices in the American Academy who style themselves rebels against American colonialism and the so-called resistance in the Middle East. It's hugely dangerous. Now, just mention the story. I have a friend who spent a number of years in Beirut as a journalist. And he told me after he came back, this would have been around 2007, 2008, I met him in Washington, he said he began to rethink his understanding of intellectual life in the United States because journalist after journalist would arrive in Beirut, sometimes from Europe, often from the United States, and ask him to, with stars in their eyes, to ask him to take them to see the leaders of the resistance. That is, leaders of Hezbollah. And by the way, it's because we should remember this. These people, who is Hezbollah? We're about to mark the 40th anniversary of the Iranian-backed bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut, killing some more than 200 American troops. That's who American journalists wanted to speak to with sympathy. So, from my point of view, this reflects, this enthusiasm for the resistance, this failure to understand what it really stands for, this antipathy to what the United States stands for, individual liberty and limited government and free markets and a strong civil society, strong America abroad. This reflects a colossal failure of our educational system. And therefore, I assert that crucial to the responsible conduct of U.S. foreign policy is the reform of higher education in America. Please.
If I may. Tactical as opposed to philosophical, if I may.
Please.
Yesterday I had the good fortune to be with Congressman Waltz and a few other people from analyzing this, and I said two things. Number one, tactically, the infrastructure of Gaza has got more tunnels and caves under it than Okinawa did. And number two, the hostage situation is going to be negotiated by Egypt on terms we don't understand. Anyway, your comment, please. Thank you.
The Israelis did a pretty good job about a decade ago identifying and destroying collapsing tunnels that led from Gaza into Israel. But yes, it's true. There's a complex network of tunnels under the ground. And by the way, under streets, under office buildings and apartment buildings and mosques and schools. And that makes what is always tremendously difficult and dangerous, inner city, urban fighting, all the more so. That's why Israel, by the way, has, as it always does, has urged Gazans to vacate their homes. They're going after these tunnels, these buildings, these offices. One. Two, I had not heard that the Egyptians will be doing the negotiations. Now, if you mean they are initially serving as mediators, sure, that's fine. But it has been a cardinal principle of Israeli security doctrine from War of Independence that Israel is responsible for its own fighting, and Israel makes its own decisions. Israel would never cede the negotiations. They might say, sure, do what you can. Say, we've given this ultimatum. Say, our blockade continues until you release until you release the 150 hostages. Do what you can. But Israel, I'm confident, will retain the final say on when, where, and how to act. I should add that it's true that Israel has been dependent and even heavily dependent on the generosity of the United States. Israel receives these days around $4 billion a year regularly in military support. But Israel has always fought its own battles, and even this time around, suffering the greatest loss of civilian Jewish life since the Holocaust, Israel has not asked the United States to participate in fighting. They've only asked for the United States to ensure that Israel has the weapons it needs to take the fight to Hamas.
Thank you.
Please.
I appreciate your comments and your analysis. I'm surprised that the number one priority on your list and the number one priority that should be announced by the U.S. government is dealing with Iran, because you've gone through a whole number of things that Iran has their fingerprints all over, and going back to the Beirut bombing. And so these things are all going to exist until somebody is able to do whatever is appropriate to cut off their funding and to deal with their nuclear program and everything else. I felt that the Israelis would take care of the nuclear issue at some point. But it seems to me that unless Iran is dealt with by an alliance of countries, that these problems are going to continue to exist into the next decades.
I don't think there's much doubt that you are correct. However, what is to be done about that? Former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, referred to Iran as the octopus with tentacles stretching throughout the Middle East. You can see Iran, which is from Tel Aviv to Tehran, is about a 1,200-mile flight. And Iran is vast. Saudi Arabia is roughly the size of Texas. So you can compare the size of Iran also. It's enormous, and it's 1,000 miles or so. That's if you fly directly. But the direct flight from Israel to Iran is over Iraq. That's hostile territory. These days, the Israelis probably be able to fly over Saudi Arabia. Talk more about that. The octopus in Tehran, tentacles stretching throughout the Middle East. Yes, ultimately, I said Hamas's charter from 1988. We could go back to 1978 and 1979, the Iranian Revolution, the establishment of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Dealing with Iran, however, you yourself said, you use something in the plural, many nations and a group of nations. Yes, it's hard for the tiny country of Israel, located 1,200 miles away, to inflict a devastating blow on Iran. In the United States, over the last 12 years, we've witnessed two distinct approaches to dealing with Iran and its nuclear program. One was the Obama administration approach, which was adopted by Obama's vice president, now President Biden. And that approach was to do everything in your power to induce the Iranians to please come to the negotiating table and please make a deal with the United States. In 2013, the Obama administration had Iran, in late 2013, almost on its knees. What did the Obama administration do? Instead of impose still more crushing sanctions, the Obama administration relaxed the sanctions to induce Iran to come to the negotiating table. The deal that was ultimately signed in 2015, actually it wasn't signed, I'll come back to the moment, essentially gave legal sanction to an Iranian nuclear program. Not this year or next year, but at 10 or 15 years. The Iranians play the long game. Why do I say, why did I hesitate on the word signed? Because as you know, President Obama declined to take this agreement to Congress, not a treaty. So we all thought, I thought myself for many years, that it was an executive agreement that has some kind of authority. But then after I left the State Department, I was doing some research, and I came across a letter from the State Department Legal Affairs Office written in November 2015. It was addressed to Congressman Mike Pompeo. And the letter said, "Dear Congressman, we write to correct an error. You inquired about the legal status of the executive agreement between President Obama and Iran. But, sir, there is no executive agreement. Nothing was ever signed. Therefore, Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas, was especially correct, I think even more correct than he knew, when in 2015 he published an open letter to the Ayatollahs. And in that open letter, he said, you may need a lesson in constitutional law. An executive agreement, still more so just a gentleman's agreement, an executive agreement as a legal matter is binding only between you and the President of the United States. So I want you to know, I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that the next President of the United States will be a member of my party, and I'm going to do everything to ensure that the United States withdraws from this misbegotten deal as soon as possible." Okay, those are some interesting facts surrounding the matter. Your basic point, I think, is incontrovertible. There is no long-term solution to the problem of stability in the Middle East that doesn't involve significantly clipping Iran's wings, which is, we used to talk, this is misleading, about the Iranians creating a Persian crescent. You can see that moves north from Tehran, through Iraq, through Syria, through Lebanon, Hezbollah, to the Mediterranean Sea. But it's really a Persian circle, because it also moves south through Yemen and then up through the Gaza Strip, encircling the Gulf and the Levant. I think it unlikely, even though I should have mentioned this, I forgot to mention it, the Israelis have a standing army of about 170,000 soldiers. They have another 400,000 reservists, men and women who continue to serve up until the age of 35, 40, 45, depends on your role in the army. The Israelis, in the first 48 hours after the October 7th attacks, mobilized 300,000 reservists. By Wednesday, they had mobilized another 60,000. So now the Israeli army has more than 500,000 soldiers prepared to fight on multiple fronts. My own view is that the Israelis are already overstretched, but a different administration facing this moment might see it as an opportunity to inflict serious damage on the ultimate masterminds of the October 7th attacks and October 7th attacks, massacres, the ultimate mastermind being Iran, but I won't go into the details now, but Iran being more than 1,000 miles away, Israel needing to fly over many foreign countries, and still having a score to settle in the Gaza Strip, I think is unlikely to undertake major campaign there. I'll just mention one other point that any Israeli leader has to take into account. Don't want to go over, I only have 2 more minutes, I apologize. If Israel attacks Iran, Israel has to be prepared for very significant casualties. Why? Iran has ballistic missiles. Some will be launched at Israel. Syria has lots of rockets and missiles. I've already mentioned that Hezbollah in southern Lebanon has between 100 and 150,000. There is a danger that all that firepower overwhelms the civilian population. A lot of these rockets, like I said, are big bullets, but if you fire 2,500 of them, more or less in a single salvo at a military base or at Ben Gurion International Airport, the principal airport, you can do a lot of damage to runways. So any Israeli leader has to take that into account. My guess, but it's only a guess, is that Israel will have its hands full in the coming months clearing out Gaza, even though we can't rule out, like I said, the frightening possibility of a multi-theater conflict. I think my time has expired. Eric, one more question, please.
So, given the stated objective of Israel to eradicate Hamas, how do you think, and given the high regard that both Americans and Israelis have for human life, how do you think they're going to deal with the threat of Hamas to both torture and or kill either Americans and or Israelis and film those activities?
Well, we're in that period. You might have thought that a fighting force that commits atrocity after atrocity might want to conceal that. Not Hamas. They're publishing far and wide on social media their evil acts. It causes heartbreak in Israel because these are loved ones. It's such a small country. Everybody's affected. Israelis now are thinking, their principal thought when they think about Hamas is first getting back the hostages. How can they defend themselves? But you're quite right. As in the United States, I mentioned this, but it's worth emphasizing, so too in Israel. The notion that human beings are by nature free and equal, that every human being is endowed with a certain dignity, that even in war, that principle somehow has to be honored as best you can, given the harsh realities of military necessity. That dwells deeply within the Israeli spirit, as it does deeply within the American spirit. Anybody in the audience who served in the military will tell you how much commitment to the laws of war are ingrained. Through the last 4 military operations, Israel has taken steps beyond what any army has ever taken to protect civilian populations in impossible circumstances. But this time, we've already seen it. A tremendous conflict is unfolding inside the Israeli heart. They're human beings. You've seen the massacres, the slaughters, and they feel threatened because they face the possibility of a multi-theater front. They're enraged. They want revenge. They want to destroy Hamas. They know that can't be done without inflicting terrible damage. So right now, the leadership is trying to figure out how to make good on their maximal aims. Annihilate Hamas's fighting capabilities, but to do so within the boundaries of the international laws of war. I'll make one final point. Contrary to how it's often presented, I do think the international laws of war give the Israelis more leeway than is commonly thought. Why? Because the international laws of war allow you to take all steps that are necessary, but no more, to bring the military threat to an end. And by the way, Even siege is recognized by both the Geneva Convention and the Hague Convention as a legitimate tool in war. There's one restriction. The purpose cannot be to starve the civilian population. But Israel's purpose is not to starve the civilian population. It's Hamas who will not allow non-combatant Gazans out of Gaza City. It's Hamas who says you have to stay there. It is a heartbreaking conundrum for the Israelis as they fight to defend their nation. There is no easy resolution of it. I can only emphasize the Israelis at all levels feel it deeply as they seek to crush and destroy Hamas. Thank you.
Folks, we're going to take an extended break from now until 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., we're going to gather, for those of you who'd like to join us, for some moments in solidarity with the people of Israel in front of the tower, in front of the Hoover Tower. Then we'll proceed to reception in Fairweather Courtyard. Our director is going to speak at the solidarity moment, so I'll see you then. Thank you.